Okay, so welcome to the Blueprint Conference 2020. I'm super excited to have you guys. I hope you're excited too. So welcome to the third edition of the Blueprint Conference. Fortunately or unfortunately, it's virtual this year, but we're super excited about it, okay? So if we're interior designers in the house, please indicate in the comment section. I want you to know that I need you to give me your full day attention, okay? Try and take away distractions from you. Get your notepads, your pens, your pizza, a glass of wine, whatever it is, okay, you need to get them by your side because you're going to be here the whole day. And if you want to take a bath, whatever, it's fine. You can always have that by your side. Okay, so welcome to the Blueprint Conference, third edition of the Blueprint Conference. So I'm super excited to have you here. And however, I promise this to be very informative and educative as usual. I want to start by thanking God for giving me the vision to host this dynamic conference for interior designers and design professionals. So the Blueprint Conference is the most attended and talked about in the industry, interior design industry, if I say so myself, okay? So thanks to my ever supportive family, my team members and my friends, you all are the best, you guys rock. Without you, I would not be able to do what I'm doing today. So I really, really thank you guys. So thanks to our headline sponsors, Dulux. Dulux is my heartbeat. Dulux is my partner. They always support me in every single thing we do. So thank you very much, Dulux. And I'm indeed honored to have you always as a sponsor of the Blueprint Conference. So to all our other sponsors from Teal Harmony, UBM Designs, Oakentic, Goldland Interiors, Mrs. Yola Oyefeso, we are truly and indeed very, very grateful. And Mr. J. Chukwemeka, we're really and truly grateful. Special thanks to all our speakers and panelists who accepted to share their vast knowledge with us today. We truly appreciate your time. And I know that today everybody's going to leave here as a mind with all sorts of mind-blowing things, okay? So I really do appreciate. So earlier this year in January, I came up with this thing, be local, think global. Not even realizing that there will be a pandemic, okay? And yet I'm super glad that the thing is still relevant even to today. So definitely it has to be inspired by God anyways, but I'm really excited about it, okay? I'm a strong believer of made in Nigeria products. So from furniture, you all know that I just opened a furniture factory, okay? So I'm super excited about that. So I believe that we should all have our made in Nigeria products, which at the same time should also meet up with international standards regardless of how, whether it's made here or not. So everyone should be able to look at a local product and an international product and not be able to identify or even spot the difference. That's what the whole conference is all about, okay? How can we position as a local brand at the same time still provide global services to the world, and we'll still in everything we do from quality to products to customer service and all that, okay? So as interior designers, we should be conscious about positioning as a global brand, even as we operate as a local brand. So thinking global is way beyond quality products, like I said before. It's more about projecting yourself in terms of customer service, time delivery, excellence in everything you offer as a brand. Remember, as interior designers, we are offering an experience, not just a service or a product. So clearly, this pandemic has definitely changed the way we do things now. And we all should get ready for the new normal because things are going to change definitely, okay? So while we do that, we have to begin to think of how can we innovate and do things. Because the truth now is either you innovate now or you die. Yes, die, not you personally, if the business dies, okay? So how can you innovate? So nothing should stop you from creating products or providing services, which can be exported out. And for you, there's nothing also stopping us from also becoming a sought after international brand. So my prayer for you today, guys, is that you learn, open up your hearts, open up your minds. Let's try to unlearn, and it's time to relearn. Let's know what it is that we need to do, okay? But I know that today promises to be very mind-blowing, and today marks the beginning of a new phase in your life and your business. And my prayer today is that God will see us through and we'll definitely come out on a different level, on the next level. So also remember, I'm rooting for you all, and remember, we can all excel. So let's do it together. So welcome to the Blueprint Conference 2020 edition. If you're excited like myself, say yeah, yeah. So just type yeah in the comment section. Yeah. So if you're excited, just let me know. Type that in the comment section if you're excited about it. I need to see the chat. So we have people coming in. Fantastic. I'm super excited. You guys have decided to give me your time today. So if you're excited like I am, please share in the comment section. Yeah. So let's see. How many years yeah do we have? Okay. All right, fantastic. So yes, so I also want to let you know that the Blueprint Conference is powered by Jennings School of African Interior Design. So for those of you who do not know, it's the first and only approved interior design school in Africa. Yes, we're certified by CID International Florida. So we are definitely approved, and we are approved by the Interior Design Association of Nigeria. We're just like 3 years old, but we've done fantastic, and we're super proud of our progress so far. Okay, so just a quick introduction about myself. Well, I find it funny having to introduce myself. Okay, so but we have that all on the screen. But definitely, like you know already, I'm an interior design business coach. I'm an author. I'm an interior designer, and my role is to help interior designers make profit by helping them grow their business and scale their businesses, okay? So that you can live a life that you love as an interior designer. So I'm also a graduate of interior design, commercial interior design and business and branding from the Interior Design Institute UK. Although my first degree was in geology and I have a master's in applied computing and IT from University of Bedfordshire, UK. However, interior design is my love. And like I tell people, coaching and teaching is my passion. Okay, so I've been in the industry for over 8 years now, but Jennings School, like I said, is just like 3 years now, but we're super, I think it's even up, we're going to like 4 years now, yeah. So I'm super excited about that. And the whole idea of the school was to bridge the gap in interior design education in Nigeria and Africa, and to raise entrepreneurs through design, because we're particular about raising entrepreneurs, and that's what the whole brand is all about. Okay, so what else about me? I'm also a coach. Yeah, I'm also a coach. I'm an interior design business coach, which I'm super excited about. And yeah, so I'm also the host of the Blueprint Conference. Like you know, I'm also a grant awardee for Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, GIS project, United States of African Development Fund. I'm a mentor for Faith Foundation. I'm also the lead design consultant for Dulux Nigeria, and we're part of the Big Brother 2020 Dulux Design Challenge, which was also so exciting. Yeah, so that's a bit about me. So I think we have Adora coming up shortly. But before she joins us, I want to say thank you to all our partners, from IDEN to the Black Interior Designers Network in Atlanta. We're super excited. CID International Florida, Business Day, Jennings Design, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, TravelQuest, United States of African Development Fund, Claire Jeffords, Purple Square, Oakentake, Overy Designs, and Teal Harmony. We're super excited to have you guys. So today, we want to say a big thank you to our headline sponsor, Dulux, for taking our time to always be with us as usual and for sponsoring the event. We really, really do appreciate you guys. So yes, so to our headline sponsors, please follow them on Instagram at Dulux Nigeria, tag them, say something nice, and definitely they have lots of things for us, okay? So definitely we're gonna have them speak today, so we're super excited. Thanks to all our other sponsors, ticket sponsors, Goldland Interiors, Oakentake, Teal Harmony. We really, really do appreciate you guys. Yola Oyefeso, Jay Chukemeka, we really thank you guys for your contribution to this conference. So yes, so I think we have Adora Mbelu in the house. Ada, if you can hear me, it'll be nice to see, yeah? See your face.
Hey, Jenny, I can hear you loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Hi, how are you? I was trying to call you, I couldn't reach you, but that's fine. Yeah, so, okay. Okay. So should I introduce you, or how does it work now?
Yeah, well, you can, but I'm also assuming that everyone has kind of read the flyer and all of that.
Yeah, so they know all about that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but let me just give a rundown about you.
Okay.
Yeah, so that we don't just let you just you're the light, so we need to introduce the light. Yeah, so Adora Mbelu, I've known her for years. Don't even tell me how, but I've known her for years. So she's a fantastic person. So for me to bring her on, just know that I only bring the best anyway. So she's called the Bright Lights, the Dream Interpreter, and the Purpose Driver. She's the founder of Lumination Global Network, an organization on a mission to empower individuals and organizations to live a life of purpose. So as a brand developer, Adora is a co-founder of Dream Interpreters. I like that name. A brand consultancy company that has worked with brands such as Google, Guinness, okay. She switched the slides. I was reading.
Sorry, I was trying. I was trying to just.
No, that's fine.
I didn't know it would close yours.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so I think I'll just leave you to introduce yourself. Okay. Okay, I think I can read from yours, so that's fine. Okay, that's fine. So
yeah,
Sarah, yes.
So
let's read from yours. Yes, let me read from yours.
Yeah, I can actually just run through it so that you don't have to worry.
Thank you, darling.
Yeah, just real quick. All right, thank you so much for the beautiful attempt of an introduction. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me, Jennifer. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here, and I hope that everyone who's on here is as excited as I am. Because my hope is that at the end of this, you'll be able to take some principles that you can apply to your brand. So I'm going to be talking about standing forward today, but first of all, I'll just kind of give you a brief idea of who I am. I like to call myself a bright light and a dream interpreter. And the reason why I call myself a dream interpreter is because, one of my gifts is helping people interpret their dreams using brand development as the skill set that I have, right? So over the past 10 years, I've basically worked with individual and corporate brands. I've also worked with SMEs, but quite a lot of multinational brands. So from Microsoft to Google to Nokia, Diageo, Absolute, Sterling Bank, Union Bank, and a whole lot more people. And in the individual space, I've worked with people, I've worked with everyone from pastors to athletes to musicians, to thought leaders and people who work in those different spaces. And so my background is actually quite in brand development. It spans across brand management, experiential marketing, sponsorship, storytelling, content development, digital marketing. So I'm one of those brand people who is quite immersed in brand building. Today I'm going to be talking about standing forward, right? But because we don't have a lot of time, I'm not going to try to drive deep into some of the principles. What I will try to do is to shape your thinking, right? So that at the end of this session, you can do what I call own the skies. And I'll explain that in a minute, okay? We're in an era where, there's so much going on. The marketplace is extremely saturated. Like every day, someone is, coming up with an idea or a thought or something that you're trying to do. Everyone is now, in the virtual space, trying to create virtual products. There's so much going on. And the question is, how do you own the skies in a space like this? Notice that I didn't say standing out. I said standing forward. And even as I go through this, you'll see why I said standing forward versus standing out. This image here, I'm going to use an illustration to explain owning the skies. Okay, so this image here is of an F-16. An F-16 essentially is a Falcon fighter jet. So for those of you who watch like action movies, right, you've probably seen an F-16 in a lot of those movies, right? I'm going to give you a few thoughts about an F-16. So a few features of an F-16. So first of all, I have one here. I have a small model of an F-16 here. Yeah.
I should get one.
I like. You should. The beautiful thing about an F-16 is that when you see it, it's so small. Like when you see it in the sky, right? It literally looks like a dot. Oh. It's such a small plane, but it has the ability to cause massive impact wherever it hits. So a lot of times when you see an F-16, even in movies, like they fly in batches of 3 or 4. An F-16 never really flies, alone. Okay. So a couple features, an F-16 moves at the speed of 1,500 miles per hour. just to put that in context, right? An F-16 can go from Ibadan to Lagos in 2.5 minutes.
Oh, wow.
2.5 minutes. Right?
Yeah.
An F-16 has 500 weapon rounds, right? Carries 6 heat-seeking missiles, right? And also has 1,000 bombs. What is with those heat-seeking misses? It's very rare for an F-16 to miss it. So you hear news that an F-16 a lot of money. That's what it costs F-16. That's probably why we don't have one. We should, but we don't. we don't have one. It also costs $1 million to train an F-16 pilot. So for you to be an F-16 pilot, you need to have decided, right, that this is what you want to do.
Wow.
Nobody's just going to train some guy and throw him in an F-16. He has to have decided that this is what I want to do. And he needs to be so focused, right, at becoming the best F-16 pilot that he can be, right? That if an F-16 pilot has as little as a mental concern, they have to report it to their superior. So an F-16 pilot cannot even afford to be distracted at any point in time. That is what that $1 million worth of training does, right, for them, right? So why am I telling you all of this? Here's the thing, right? The point is you are an F-16. So when you show up anywhere you are, people need to be prepared for you to come into their space.
Nice one.
Right? You're an F-16. And it's not about size. It's not about how small you are as an organization. It's about impact. It's about what impact you can make. Here's the thing, right? I've pitched, and worked with so many big organizations. When I walk into a lot of these pitches, right, of course, they're always the bigger agencies, bigger in size, bigger in resources, bigger in everything, right? But for every time I've got the work, right, there are a couple things that me and my team go into every pitch doing, right? So first of all, I know that we're going in there with precision. I know we're going in there with speed of thoughts. I don't care how big the other agencies are, right? Our small F-16 is going to go in there with speed of thought, with precision, with focus, right? As to what it is that we want to get out of this, right? And we're going in there trained. We're trained. We're a trained F-16 pilots, right? And I'm going in there knowing that you're going to pay me the $14.6 million because you badly want an F-16 and you know that you need it.
Yeah.
You know that you need it because for any country to purchase an F-16, they must need it. Their dream must be, so for every client you work with, their dream must be bothering them so much that they need you to interpret it. If they don't need you to interpret it, that's when they start to, they're not sure. But they need to know that when they think about you as an individual, as an organization, they know that you're the only one that can interpret that dream the way that they want it interpreted. And that's why they come to you. Okay, I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to ask you a question, Jennifer, since everyone else is muted. So you can take one for the theme.
Okay.
Take one for the theme. It's just a wild guess, right? Okay. It's a wild guess. I don't expect anybody to know this sort of information. But how many people do you think, right, put the first man on the moon?
How many people put the first man on the moon?
Yeah. So how many people do you think it took to put the first man on the moon?
3 people. I don't know.
In terms of the team, it's throw out a wild guess. It's fine.
3.
3. Okay, that's very interesting. That's a good guess. All right. So here's the fact.
Whoa.
At the height of the Apollo buildup, there were over 400,000 people working at 21,000 different companies or organizations that were involved in the program. Right. it takes a village, right, to do these things. I'm not even focusing on numbers, but from the two illustrations I've given you, the F-16 and how many people it took to do that, one thing I've realized along my life's journey is that it takes great people and a great team to do great work.
Sure.
And for every time that I've seen great people do great work, it's usually a fusion of heart, of mind, and of hands. Okay? What most people do, though, is that they focus so much on hands. So in the interior design space, you have a lot of people who are focused on I need to get the new, technology. I need to get the new. It's so focused on hands, on the doing, right? That you miss out on the fact that great work actually comes from here.
Sure.
Okay? It comes from your heart. It comes from the mind before you get to the hands. Right? And it's a fusion of this. And there's something that I call the second victory. This is something that my business partner, Akilabi, and I, coined, is that we always say that whenever we show up anywhere, that is the second. When I show up to a project, that's the second victory. The first victory is won in my mind and in my heart, right? So as a business owner, as an organization, as an interior designer, you have to have won that project. You have to have won the success of that thing that you're working on in your heart and in your mind first and on paper, right? The strategy, everything needs to have been developed before you actually show up. When you show up and you're successful, at the point where people are clapping for you and saying, great work. So when you do that post on Instagram of that amazing place that, you've done up, right? You've moved on from it because you won it.
Yeah, way
before you even went there. Yeah. So before you even executed, you already knew what it was going to look like. You already had decided what your client's state of mind was going to be, right? When they see the work, you've decided all these things, right? That is very difficult to be moved by what happens when you get to the site. So yes, of course, you will have your moments, but it's difficult to be moved by that because you have a goal. You know where it is that you're going. You have a strategy. There's a plan. There are backup plan. There's not just a backup plan. There's a backup plan, right? So when I get to the site, one vendor is not going to stress me out because I've won, right? In my heart and in my mind and on paper first. So now remember what I said, that I didn't call this presentation standing, I called it standing forward. And here's why. I'm going to explain this to you. If I drove from the airport and, picked up a whole bunch of luggage, got to my hotel lobby, and there were 3 guys standing in the hotel lobby, right? And 2 of them were wearing black, and 1 of them was wearing red. When I come out of that car and I need someone to carry my heavy luggage, am I going to pick the guy who's wearing red just because he's standing out if the guy doesn't look like he can carry my heavy luggage? Probably not, right? So I'm not just going to be like, oh yeah, this guy stands out. He's handsome and he's wearing red. So therefore, come and pick up my luggage. I'm going to look for the guy that looks like he can carry my luggage.
Sure.
Correct? Yes? Yes, yes?
Sure.
Exactly. So that guy needs to be standing forward to me, right, as a customer to say, you know what, I want you to please help me carry my luggage because you have the muscles, you have the build, you look like you look like you can pick it up, right? So this entire thing, building and sustaining a brand, is not just about standing out. People try to stand out. You have all these girls trying to sell you stuff, right? So sometimes you see them, like they walk up to you and say in the supermarket, oh, buy my product. And a lot of times I'll say to them, see, your product looks nice, but I've been drinking a particular beverage since I was a kid. It's not going to change today because of your product, right? So I've chosen as a consumer, before I've even gone into the supermarket, I've chosen what I'm going to go and pick. So no matter what brands show up in front of me, a decision has been made as a consumer, right, of what I'm going to get. And that's what I want to teach you today is how do you consistently and constantly become the choice in the eyes of the people that you work with, the people that you're looking to harness your service before they even show into the marketplace. So before they even come out to say who's out there, right? How do they consistently just think about you, right? And that's what we call decisive advantage. This is a term that we coined. So a lot of the principles I'm going to be sharing with you today, by the way, they're not on Google, they're not online. They're actually principles that myself and Akinlabi have coined over the years, based off of our experience. So it's just based off of, working with these different organizations. We've created some terminology, we've created some ideology that we believe is important, right? To understand the basics of building and sustaining a brand. And so decisive advantage is essentially the strategic advantage that a business has over other businesses, where the consumer constantly and consistently chooses to buy into your offerings even before they arrive at the sales location, right? So they know about you, they want you, they've chosen you. It does not matter who else shows up in your market, because you are the choice, but you have to stay the choice. And that's where the work really is.
That's it.
It is, you can't carry shoulders and be like, oh yeah, I'm the choice. It's now, so everyone uses me. You have to continuously evolve to stay the choice. Okay. But before I go into the actual principles, I want to talk about, I always say that it's impossible to talk about brand or to teach about brand without kind of going a little bit into purpose. This is not a purpose workshop, so I can't go deep into it. But there's just a couple things I want you to keep in mind, even as you start to think about your brand, right? And positioning your brand. There's something I call unlocking your genius. It's just real quick, right? So whatever we think about genius, if I asked anybody who was on here, like for instance, do you think you're a genius? A lot of times our brains will go into saying, if I'm not on Einstein level or Leonardo da Vinci or any of those people, then I don't really consider myself a genius. Like, I think I'm cool, but I don't think I'm a genius, right? And the reason why we do that is because we really don't understand even the basic definition of what it means to be a genius. This is not even like complex. This is not some idea that I have. This is dictionary definition, okay? So the dictionary definition of genius is basically exceptional intellectual or creative power or other natural ability. So notice it doesn't say only intellectual. It says or creative power or other natural ability. So in essence, we all have some level of genius in us, right? So I'm gonna run through a couple people that I consider geniuses, and I won't talk about why they're geniuses. I'm just gonna run through this real quick.
I hope I'm on the list.
Right? Of course, you're a genius. Okay. I should have put myself there too.
Yeah.
But yeah, like these are some of the things that kind of, make him a genius. So again, none of this talks about his educational background. None of this talks, and those things are important. They're not, they're important in our lives, but just notice how it's talking about gifts, things that this person has that is innate gifts or things that they've built over time. So he's a good listener, he's a people person, he's passionate, he's a great executor, great storyteller, he's innovative, he's inspirational, right? Steve Jobs, he's very far-sighted, extreme perseverance, extreme passion, extreme confidence. Some people will call it arrogance, rebellious nature, insanely ambitious, okay? Oprah, emotional intelligence, relatable, she's a humanist, she's inspirational. It is these things that make her do the work that she does. It is these innate gifts or these qualities that she's built over time that allow her to do her work. Michelle Obama, compassionate, self-confident, powerful speaker, inspirational, perseverant, graceful under pressure, relatable, good time management, great time management skills, right? Not even good, great. Because to be in that position, you have to have some insane time management skills, right? Richard Branson, decisiveness, his ability to say yes, his ability to adapt proactively. He's a big dreamer, he gives back. Like, these are all things that make up our geni, right? So if I asked at the beginning, a lot of people would be like, I don't think I'm a genius per se. I'm okay, especially when you're worried that I'm going to ask you a question and you will fail it. But if you look at what I just shared with you, you realize that, we all are geniuses. We all have some level of geni, right? And that is the foundation upon which your work is built. That is the foundation upon which your brand is built, right? So I'm gonna just, give you guys real quick, you can write this down, just these are just quick steps to help you even just determine like what I call like a purpose statement, right? And this purpose statement is something that you should have individually. It is something that you should definitely have for your brand as well, right? Something that you can apply, you can look at. The great thing with purpose statements is that they help you sort of see what kind of clients do I want to work with? What kind of partnerships do I want to have, right? What kind of, with my vision, what kind of business do I want to do? What kind of project do I not want to do? You have to know these things. It's one thing to do good work. It's one thing to do great work, but it's another thing to do great work with fulfillment. And that's why for me, I don't separate purpose from brand, because you can do great work to the outside world, but for you to do great work with fulfillment, right? It requires purpose. Mm-hmm. And so just asking yourself, like, for instance, who are you? So just write these down. Who are you? And when I say who are you, like, don't just write your name, right? So write like qualities that you possess, and do this for your business as well, so do it for you, do it for your business. Have an individual column and, my business column. But the thing is, you can't even I see people creating mission and vision and goals, statements and all that for their businesses that are so not aligned with who they are or who they're trying to become.
I agree.
Yeah, so you're so separate, so you have these beautiful values, core values that you've put on your website, mm-hmm. right? That your company is, but you don't have those personal values. If you don't have those personal values, they will never come through in your business values. So don't just go and copy and paste values, right? And be like, yes, we stand for these things. So ask yourself, who am I? Like, what are some of my qualities? What are some of the things that I believe? What are some of my values, right? My personal values. And then that kind of feeds into your business, right? What do I do? So ask yourself, what do I do? And when I say, what do I do? Don't just write your profession. Don't be like, oh, I'm an interior designer, right? What do you actually do as an interior designer? So not just without even limiting yourself to that profession alone, like what are the things, what are your gifts? What are the things that you actually do, right? For the people that you work with. Then you ask yourself, who do I do it for? So who are these people? When you say my target market, who are these people? Right? What you can do is to even create like personality grids for them. What do these people look like? What do they sound like? What kind of work do they do? Where can I find them? Start to look at those things, right? These people that I'm trying to target, what do these people want and need? Because it's very easy for us to lose sight of what our consumers want and start focusing on what we want them to want, right? So we start to get focused on, okay, if I just come up with this thing, everybody's going to like it, everybody's going to buy it, right? Mm-hmm. But the question is, what do they actually want and need? How can I listen to them? And a great way to do this is to remove yourself from the thoughts that this is your business and ask yourself, even for me, if this was not my business, what do I want? Sometimes you will find that when you do that, it's easier for you to see, what these wants and needs are. And then ask yourself, how do these people change as a result of working with me? So when they work with me, not when they work with someone else, when they work with me, how do they change? What is it that they get from this process? And you will find that your business is not just about the service that you provide. It's not just about the external service that you provide. Sometimes when you're doing this work that you're doing things as simple as mending family relationships and you don't realize it.
Yeah, true.
You have spouses that have been fighting because the woman just doesn't like how the bedroom looks for a long time, and she's been carrying it in her head and it's frustrating her, right? And the guy doesn't like how the garage looks, and it's frustrating him. And so that it's deeper. The point I'm trying to make is that the work that you do is deeper than surface and aesthetics.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's easy to get lost in that aesthetic, right? That you don't realize that. So there are times where you personally work with someone and that person just tells you, you know what, like, because of you, right? This is like, you've given me a mental escape. You've boosted my creativity. Like you know, don't let your client's response always be, it looks beautiful.
It's just a nice
sometimes just yeah, you know, nice chair. Exactly, you know, sometimes just like digging deeper, you know, into actually knowing how they change gives you a boost of energy to keep doing the work that you do, right? So now I'm going to jump into the principles so I don't go over time. I'm going to try, Jennifer, stay with me. I'm going to try not to go over time.
No, that's fine.
But the first principle that, you know, I try to teach with this is peopleize, okay? It's peopleize. And what it basically is whenever we're thinking about, you know, relationships with our target market, like you hear the terminology with marketing terminology, like, oh, B2B, B2C, you know, all that kind of stuff. But the truth is, the world is at a point where everything is P2P. It's people to people. All that B2C, B2B, blah, 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 blah is it is non-existent because it's people who are behind these businesses. So for every time that a brand, I have an issue with a brand, there's actually somebody, maybe it's the customer service person, but there's somebody behind that phone that I'm speaking with. For every time I'm talking, you know, I go to try and fly, and you know, there's an issue with the airline. It's still a human being that comes on and says, fly 347 to Abuja is not, but there are people to people. And these people, guess what? These are the same people that are interacting on a daily basis using social media, right? And are somehow connecting and building relationships. So how is it possible that people to people relationships are growing, but business to people relationships are dying? When in fact, it's the same people that are behind that run these businesses. So somehow they're connecting on their personal networks, but when it comes to dealing with the business side, the businesses are dying. And it's just that simple thing of, with a lot of people and a lot of teams, is not understanding the full story and vision that that company wants to tell. It's that idea of knowing your story and knowing the story that your customer wants to tell and finding an intersection point between those two stories. That is the simple connection of peopleizing. So for instance, I have these Louboutin shoes, right? If I was going to buy a pair, well, maybe not me, but if someone was going to buy a pair of Louboutin shoes, and maybe she, on a normal day, you know, this person's income level doesn't really allow them to buy, you know, such expensive shoes. If I saw them wearing these shoes at a meeting, I'm going to say to myself that there's a story they want to tell with these shoes. There's a story, right? So you're either coming in trying to, maybe you're wearing it to a particular type of meeting to show a particular, you know, to tell a particular story. Like, I'm a powerful woman. I'm trying to come in here and show you guys that, you know, like I've got this. I've got this covered, right? That so brands, what I'm saying in essence is that brands sell stories. They don't sell products. They sell stories. What's the story that I want to tell? If I'm going to buy a Mercedes, what is the story I want to tell? You know, I'm not just going to buy a Mercedes because the Mercedes just looks beautiful. That is the aesthetic part of it. But there's a feeling that I connect to owning that Mercedes, right? So even though, yes, it looks beautiful, but that beauty, there's a feeling that I want to get, or there's a story that I want to tell with this. So what is a story that your consumer wants to tell? Know their story. Know their story. Then know your story, right? And then find a way to intersect your two stories. Find it. You're not just an interior designer. You are telling somebody's story. You are an extension of them. They need to see you and say, if I work with Jennifer, right, I know the story I want to tell. I know that she can bring that story to life. I've seen her brand, and there's a type of story, right, that her brand already tells, and I want to be a part of it. And forget, not just with consumers, it's the same with partnerships. It's the same with people who want to collaborate with you. There's this story that she's already telling.
Yeah.
It's existing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I want to be part of that. Yeah, I want to be part of that story. So I'm buying into an extension of myself, of the story that is already inside of me that I want to tell.
Yeah.
So people know their story, know your story, connect it. Okay. The second principle is promise. Promise. Okay. And this is the best global brands list for 2019. 2020 is not out yet, but every single year, right? This is by Interbrands, and you can go check it out. So you can check Best Global Brand 2018, check it out for 2017. The top 10, right, that are on here, they've always been in there. They're consistently top 10. So they might shift in terms of the numbers, but they're consistently in that top 10. Why are they consistently in that top 10? It's obviously not their logo. It's obviously not their design. Nah. It's a promise that they've made over time that they're adhering to. They're keeping a promise, right? So I'm going to dispel a couple brand myths. First of all, your brand is not your logo. So please, when you're thinking about this, building a brand and sustaining a brand, and you're attending all these courses and you just want to jump right in to say, let me start redesigning my logo. Let me start redesigning this. Your brand is not your logo. Your brand is not your product. It is not your product. Okay, so it's not whatever new technology you have, whatever new design you have. It is not those things. Okay, it is not your ads. It's not about pumping into Facebook ads or sponsoring posts because you took one digital marketing course that asked you to start doing those things. Yeah. Okay, it is not those things. And this is not to say that these things are not important. They have their own, they have their importance, their level of importance. But for you to effectively do any of these things, you have to have decided what the core brand is, right? And essentially what your brand is it's a person's gut feeling about a product, a service, or organization. It is the sum total of people's experiences and perceptions, some of which you can influence, some that you cannot. And it is the promise that you expect fulfilled. So it's the promise that your consumer or your customer expects fulfilled when they come in contact with your offerings, with any offerings that are marked by your identity. So when they see your ad, when they see your logo, when they see, there is a feeling and a promise that they expect that you fulfill. So if for instance, right, I look at like Nike, there is a promise that I expect fulfilled with a Nike product. I say to myself, okay, if I get a Nike product, it must last. There's durability, if it's original, right?
Not the about Nike or Nike.
There's durability, there is comfort. Yeah. So even if somebody else created a space and they had Nike logo, they had this, it was perfect, it looks beautiful, right? If I walk into that store and that product does not fulfill my expectation, the brand has failed. The brand has not kept up to its promise. That's how I know that it is not the real one. Correct? Yeah. That's how I know that, nah, this ain't Nike. Yeah, I'm like, this is not Nike. So it's about the promise that is fulfilled, right? So you need to focus on making promises. And I just have like 3 slides here of several brands. And this is just for us to kind of do an experiment. So this is obviously Toyota, right? And when I was growing up, I remember there was this Toyota ad. Jennifer, you probably remember it. So there was a Toyota ad that said, Yoshina, Yoshikanga. Yeah, and it was basically good thinking, good product, right? And I remember Toyota always being positioned as a durable vehicle. Toyota's brand promise is durable. So by the time I went into university, guess what my first car was? Toyota Camry, right? Because I knew that I could not afford to start fixing any engine problem or I don't want to fix anything. I don't have the money. I'm a student. So I can't afford those things. Let me buy the conk car that is going to last me, right, in this period. So again, you're making choices, right, by the promise that brand is making. If you look at what city is this? We all know what city this is, right? Dubai. And it's interesting because when you see Dubai ads do not focus so much. Dubai ads don't tell you that you can come to Dubai to relax. They don't promise you relaxation. They promise you adventure. They promise you family fun and entertainment. They promise you, they're not promising you Dubai is a place for relaxation. So people don't go to Dubai just to go and chill and relax. People go to Dubai to have fun, to hang out with family, and to do business. Dubai promises you innovation. It promises you that when you go there, your creativity, your brain will open up. You'll come back, gingered and energized, right? But when you see ads from like Malaysia, for instance, Malaysia does the whole Malaysia, truly Asia, and they do a lot of like, you see people sitting on the beach, on the spa, in spas with stones on your back. It's telling you, okay, well, we're kind of more touristy for relaxation, for those things, right? And that's the same with making promises. You don't have to promise the same thing that the other person is promising, right? So for instance, I don't have to, as a business, the problem that businesses make is you're trying to promise what Jennifer is promising. Jennifer might promise that, okay, I can do this. Jennifer, I'm just using an example. Right? This might not be your promise, but I'm just saying, Jennifer might be promising that, I can deliver within 48 hours.
I don't even promise that.
I know. Okay, let's use another name. We use Bumi. So Bumi promises I can deliver within 48 hours, right? Or I can deliver within 72 hours. But I cannot promise you that it will be 100% quality. I'm just going to promise you that I will deliver, right? Jennifer is like, I will deliver in 2.5 weeks.
Yes.
I can promise you quality. Yeah. But you will wait for 2.5 weeks. Mm-hmm. So what the consumer now does is the consumers get to choose. They choose whether they want to go with Bumi or whether they want to go with Jennifer. If the consumer is not bothered about how it looks, they just want chair and table to come in, they'll go with Bumi, right? But what happens a lot of times is that you find people trying to make other people's promises. And you don't know the dynamics within Bumi's organization or Jennifer's organization that she has created over time to be able to deliver on that promise. Mm-hmm. So now you're making a promise based on what you see that she's getting, based on the work you believe she's getting, right? But you don't know that internally, she has been training her staff to deliver within that 48-hour period, right? And that is where she puts all her energy into to make sure that is happening. So don't promise things that you cannot deliver on. Make a promise that you can keep. Yeah. See, the Nigerian government should not sue me for this one that I want to talk now.
What's the promise?
But I need to use this as an example because it is such a perfect example, right? Of no matter how much you change your logo or your look and feel, there is a promise, right? So for me personally, if I was driving on the road on a Sunday and these beautiful boys in black pulled me over and said, "Happy Sunday, ma," right? I know what that means. There's a promise. Yeah. It's a brand promise. It's that simple. I know your promise, right? So for me, I'm going to say, okay, happy Sunday, right? I'll move on. If I see these boys the next Sunday, right, and their uniform is clean, their branding, in fact, they've done a full brand overhaul, their car is beautiful, everything is, changed about them, and they said, "Happy Sunday." I will still say happy Sunday.
Yeah.
Right? Because it doesn't matter, right, that the look and feel has changed. There is just a brand promise. There's an expectation that we have as a consumer when we come into contact with their brand. Mm-hmm. That's just what it is. So we have to keep that in mind. I use this as an example for us to just visualize that it is not about the things that we think it is about. Those things are beautiful, they're important. But the basic foundation is, what do I think about you? What do I expect from you when I see you, when I see your product, when I come in contact with what you're doing? Okay? So your brand isn't what you say it is what they say it is as well. So you've decided what this brand is. You've decided, okay, this is what my promise is. But the question is, are you fulfilling that promise? And of course, I mean, this is not to say you're not going to have some moments where there's some clients that are just difficult. That's inevitable. There's some clients where you will never fulfill your brand promise.
Yeah, from hell, clients from hell.
You will never fulfill your brand promise. But I think the important part about this is always making sure that you're doing your best, right, to fulfill that promise. So there are times even where if your promise is clear, like if you say that this is what you provide, even when a client has an issue with certain things, you can go back to the fact that this is not what I promised. This thing that you are arguing with me about, right? I didn't promise it to you. And I've done that with my clients sometimes, because what your clients will do is that sometimes they will have expectations based on other vendors' promises. I didn't promise that. That's what that vendor promised. So I will always make sure that I'm clear. So that when my client says, but you know, we engaged you and now you're telling me that you cannot deliver this thing by tomorrow. Excuse me. You know, like when, because now they're saying we need it by yesterday. I'm sorry, but when you engaged me, I told you very clearly this was what the timeline was going to be. Can I shift? If I can shift and I can be flexible, I'll try. But what you will not do is to try and make a promise for me and then force me to keep the promise you've made.
Yeah.
Okay. So with your promise, make the promise, right? Keep the promise. So make the promise, communicate that promise, right? Then keep the promise, then communicate that you kept the promise. What happens with most people is that they stop at keeping the promise. So you make the promise, you communicate the promise, you keep the promise, then you move on. You don't communicate to the people that you've kept the promise. And that's where your brand equity, right, comes from. Is telling your story, is saying, see, I promised this client this thing. I kept the promise, guys. Communicate it, say it to people. And that's, you know, you do that through testimonials. You do that through telling your own part, because sometimes the client will not give you a testimonial. It's fine, don't worry. I will testify for myself, right, of the work that I did. Okay. There's another principle called the second law of competition. And essentially what it just basically says is that competition is not the only competition, okay? Competition is not the only competition. I'm going to show you 3 different brands that are in the same category, right? And we kind of don't think about them as being in the same category. So if Genesis Deluxe Cinemas was not getting as many customers as they should get, the conversation they will have internally is, our customers are going to the IMAX theater, they're going to Silverbird, right? So let's find, is it that Silverbird's popcorn is very nice? Let's make our popcorn better, right?
Let's add sugar.
Exactly. You know, is it that their chairs are finer? We're going to change all our chairs to velvet, right? And so what happens with these organizations is they're so focused on their direct competitors that they don't realize that people are not coming to your cinema because they're watching DSTV, they're watching Netflix. They now have all these websites, you know, that you can watch stuff on. Sometimes they're not even coming because they're at the beach. They're not coming because they've gone for family picnics. They've gone to Owambe parties. The truth is people are making choices revolving around promises, not categories. And the promise that all these 3 guys state is wholesome family entertainment. I can get that from anywhere. I can get that from playing video game with my family in the house, right? Do we understand that? So essentially, people are choosing based on the promise, which means that technically as a designer, Instagram is your competitor, Pinterest is your competitor.
Yeah.
So when you're busy focusing on, oh, my competition is this other person that is beside me, like, you know, 3 degrees away from me, and they're trying to take my business. They're not taking your business. Pinterest is taking your business. People are starting to DIY it, right? Like there's so many. So when you think about it, you have to think about it as, what are all these other guys doing? You know, and let me understand that. So what is my promise? And then who else is promising that? Anybody who is promising that I don't like to look at it as competition. To be honest, I'm usually like, collaboration over competition.
Yeah.
But this essentially is just showing you more about promises. So I'm talking about competition in relation to promises, in relation to understanding that, this is not about the next person beside you doing the kind of work that you're doing, but this is about understanding what other brands are promising in relation to the promise that you're making, right? So when you're trying to innovate and you're trying to do better at your business, you can actually say, you know what, okay, so maybe I should maybe because Pinterest has this now, maybe I should create a gallery of some sort that allows people to see certain types of items, like it allows you to just innovate better. If you understand this. Yeah. The next one is engagement. And I'm going to run through this real quick because it's kind of explanatory, but essentially, right, with engagement, this is a typical customer life cycle. You go from introducing your brand, right, to educating people, to them buying, to them becoming loyal to what you're doing, and then to them introducing somebody else. And then it goes round again. So let me explain some of the challenges that most businesses have with understanding the customer life cycle. Sometimes you're so focused on introducing. So even when you're building your storytelling on social media, or you're using Instagram or any of those things, sometimes you're so focused on like, I just need to introduce my work, or I need to introduce this product, that you miss out on the education. So when you're saying, I should buy this beautiful chair, you're not telling me how this chair gives me better back support. You're not telling me why I should buy this chair. You're telling me I should just buy the chair because it's nice. You're assuming that customers make decisions from aesthetics. And I think like with a lot of interior designers, this is actually a challenge that I've personally seen in the market, right? Is when I look at sometimes the storytelling, I'm just like, okay, yeah, it's nice, so it looks good, but it just looks like everybody else's page. So everybody's just like posting pictures, pretty much their work and pictures that they're not thinking about customers like me, and we're a lot, right? Who are like, okay, sell the value to me, sell to me. So when you say new project, right? New project, sell to me what you did in that project. Don't tell me, oh, just we did POP, we did this, like I need to know, right? You need to educate me on why it is that you use that type of paint. I need to know why you're using Weather Shield paints. Just know what I mean. Like, you don't just tell me I'm using premium paint. Premium care. Everybody says it's premium. Like, if I go to Yaba Market, they'll still tell me, man, this one is premium.
Are they correct?
So I need to know that this paint, the reason why it's premium is that it's Weather Shield. We make sure that regardless of the weather, it's not going to peel, it's not going to change color, it's not, you know what I mean? Like, it's those things. It's the difference between a painter that will come and paint your house and say, and then when you tell him, excuse me, it doesn't look like the color I showed you. The guy will tell you, don't worry, give you 5 days, it will change. Right? and you're like, okay. So educate, okay? When you educate, people start to buy. And when those people buy, don't just leave it at that, because that's the other mistake that people make is now the customer has used you. And then you just decide that's the end of the relationship, right? So here, they've used me to do their stuff. I've done the project, the relationship is closed. I always tell people, look, the end of every relationship is the beginning of a new relationship. Whether they use you today is not the point, but that they can talk about you, or that tomorrow they can get a contract to have to renovate one massive building, right? And they're like, I know this person. So they are loyal to your brand. There's a loyalty that they have, right? That you've built with them. You've nurtured that relationship. Sending simple things like proper, not just, oh, thank you very much, but even sending a small gift to your clients, like just things that remind them of the fact that you are humanizing that relationship is incredibly important, right? So you build that over time, then they introduce you. And when they introduce you, don't assume that because somebody has has walked into my house that you've done work in and that I've introduced them to you, that they should just have figured out the education part themselves. Do you get what I'm saying? So now you've been introduced to somebody else, and then you automatically start trying to convert them to buyers. You skip the education part because you're like, after all, they've seen your house now.
My house is your house.
Hey, you know, they've seen your house. You know, but the thing is, yes, I've seen your house. The house is beautiful. I like it. I like certain things. But maybe I have my own personal needs that this particular project that you didn't necessarily cover those needs, right? And if you don't pull out those needs from me, I'm going to just probably use you for the same sort of needs that you solve for the other person. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So it could be possible that I need you for more, but I just say to myself somewhere in my head that maybe she doesn't really, or maybe he doesn't really know how to do that part. So I'll just use him for only this part because at least I've seen that he does that. Do you get what I mean? So try to always make sure that you re-educate again, okay? And then this cycle just goes on and on. And this is the final part of understanding principles, right? Is to execute. It's to execute, to take everything that I've shared with you today and to actually put it into practice. How do you execute, right? First of all, is to know your objectives. Know your objectives. So even when you are trying to build out this brand and you're trying to sustain this brand, make sure you know internally and as a team, right? What are we trying to achieve in terms of our marketing and our brand and business objective per time? That is going to determine how you execute it. So let me give you an example, right? For instance, your priority might be, you know, for now, we need to collect database. Like we need to find a way we just want to collect a database of people. We'll market to them later. Our focus right now is not we're trying to market, right? How can we create free ebooks, free, you know, marketing collateral, I guess, that you can use, right? But things that bring value to people just so that I can collect data. I just need to collect data for people that are interested in this thing. Because when you understand that that is our objective, you're not so focused on like, oh, did we get 50 likes? I'm okay. I didn't get 50 likes, but guess what? I have 100 people that just signed up to this thing. And that is what my objective is for this month. My objective is not the same as somebody else's objective. So you are very focused, right, on what it is that we want, right? So you create a strategy that works for that particular thing that you want. So for instance, do we want to sell furniture, you know, this month? Is that our focus, right? We want to sell furniture, we want to sell appliances. So how do we show the benefits of those things, right? How do we focus on showing the benefits of those things? So it's not just about the aesthetic, but this is what I want to push for this month. So do that with whatever marketing efforts that you're trying to put in to building this your brand. Don't just be like, oh yeah, I noticed that these people, they pour money into advertising and sponsoring their posts. Me too, I'm going to sponsor my post. Don't look at what other people are doing and just doing it blindly. You know, they have objectives. They have what they're trying to chase. You have what you're trying to chase, right? So be very clear on what you're, and make sure that every single person that works on your team understands that objective. Okay. Mastery comes from repetition. So training is not just about gaining information for action, but it is about repeating an action for reaction. And I say this because don't be a person that takes every single course that comes your way without applying that course. Because it is one of the frustrations of being a thought leader, honestly, is when people take your course and don't apply it and wonder why their lives are not working. Or their business is not moving the way you promised it was going to move. Yeah. Have you applied my principles? Mm-hmm. No, you haven't. You've thought about it because you see, we're very, as human beings, right? Our brains have the capacity to just like take over everything. And our brains are very egotistic. That's the truth. Your brain tells you this thing she's saying, I know it's, I'm not saying you don't know it, but have you done it? You probably haven't. My job is not to tell you something new. My job is to continuously repeat what works. so that your brain gets to the point where your brain decides, you know, I'm going to apply this thing. My job is not there's nothing new under the sun. There is nothing. That's the reality. There is nothing new, right? So as a teacher, my thing is, how can I get, if 5 people off of this, or 1 person off of this call decides to apply these things and actually start to see it work for them, then the job is done.
Yeah.
Right? So keep repeating. So don't just say, oh, I know it's, or, and we tried it once. We tried to do that storytelling thing. The thing didn't work for us. Consistently do it. Repeat it over time. And if you keep repeating it, it will teach you some form of a lesson. And then you can allow it to evolve. You can now start to be like, okay, we'll tweak it a little bit until it actually works. So keep doing it over time. Okay? Because at the end of the day, like I said, flawless execution is the difference between good and great companies. It's not the knowledge. It's not the head knowledge. It's not about how many classes you attend. It's not about how many courses you take, right? It's about applying those things. Within execution is also what is called outside innovation, right? And what outside innovation is simply getting your customers to co-design your offerings that they end up behaving like they co-own it with you. And what I mean by this is, okay, so culturally, right, we come from a culture, and when I say culturally, I'm talking about Africa in general, right? We come from a culture that tells us not to tell people about the product that we have or the idea that we have until the thing is done, or 2 days before it is ready. That's why we don't tell people that we're traveling. When we've arrived, we'll be like,
yeah.
When we've arrived, we're like, I'm in London now, right? Because we're afraid of bad belly. But a lot of the corporate organizations and amazing businesses that have been built globally, right, usually engage in outside innovation. And what they do is they announce to their customer base or to their audience, right? And just say, hey, you know, I'm working on this conference, I'm working on this project, you know, like, and they carry them along and they get information from them to be able to create this thing so that the people feel like they're a part of it. They don't feel like it's your thing. They're not like, oh, it's your thing. And I've seen this work several times. I even did it, even as simple as like my book, for instance. I did it with my book. Like before my book had actually been published and printed and all of that stuff, right? From when I started writing it, I started telling the story to writing it. I started talking about the experiences that I was going through, and I'm doing it right now with my second book, same thing. I started telling the experiences that I'm going through that are allowing me, and the experiments that I'm conducting that are allowing me to write this book, such that I'm carrying people along. By the time the book came out, it was a no-brainer. Like a lot of people already wanted the book because, yeah, look, everyone wanted this thing corporate because they're like, oh, okay, well, we were part of the process. We now want to see the finished product. We wrote it with you. You understand? So with your products, with your business, with everything that you're doing, you know, find ways to carry people with you on that journey and allow and get their information to innovate. And the last one is just like measuring your results against your objective. And this is basically just collecting data, analyzing that data, right? Don't make assumptions. Don't make assumptions, right? Ask yourself things like, okay, document how many clients did I close from this particular marketing effort that I put in. Don't assume. Because when you're assuming, like, you're just like, oh, okay, maybe this didn't work, that didn't work. And sometimes you're even telling your teammates, like the people that work with you, that thing that you're doing is not working. But have you measured it? Because sometimes you'll measure it and realize that, you know what, it may not be converting clients, but it is actually giving us top of mind awareness. Because I've now gone to a meeting and 2 people have talked about this, have talked about our company, right? Based off of something they've seen. So it is working. It may not be working in terms of the expectation that you have of it, but ask yourself, how is it working? What is it doing? Everything is doing something, right? So how many clients did I close from this? But also, how much top of mind awareness did I get from this? How many partnerships have I got from this? In fact, how many personal relationships have I built because of this, our company? Because you might be leveraging those relationships for something else, but don't forget where they came from, right? Don't forget where they came from. So surveys as well, you know, find out from people, like, what do people actually think about our brand? You know, so when you think about our brand, what are the 3 words that pop up? You know, create opportunities to get information, data is extremely important. Sometimes throw out questions, throw out questions online. Like, sometimes I would just even ask people, in my community, certain questions. I'll do it in my Insta stories, and it's not because I'm just asking, it's because I actually want to know what some of these problems are and how I can solve those problems. You understand? So it's important to collect that data, to analyze that data and keep track, right? Results rule, period. So I'm hoping that everything that I've shared, that's the end. I'm hoping that everything that I've shared with you today, will just help you at least shape your thinking, right? In terms of building and sustaining the brand that you're building. And never forget this guy. Okay, if you can even just print off, if you can't get a model, just print off a photo of an F-16 and put it on your vision board. Yeah. So that it reminds you every day that it is not about resources and size and all those things, right? It's about being small but mighty and powerful. It's about speed, it's about precision, right? It's about knowing the damage that you can cause when you show up and people being prepared for you to show up. Okay, so that's really what it is about. So I look forward to seeing the amazing brands that you guys are building. I look forward to hearing more success stories. And thank you so much, Jennifer, for having me.
Thank you so much, Adora. As in, there was a part you were talking and I was having goose pimples, as in. So yeah, so if you have any questions, please drop in the chat section so that we can ask Adora for like 15 minutes before she runs away. Yeah, so I'm super excited about this because, especially when we're talking about the genius thing, I always tell people, especially when I see people put up all sorts of things where we offer on-time delivery, where the first and foremost interior design brand, I'm like, hello, who is in the first? The truth is, what comes to you naturally, that's what your genius is, okay? Right. Like I tell my people, never say on-time delivery. Number one, as your CEO, I'm always late. So, I'm always late. So if you want to now say we offer,
and that's honesty.
Yeah, that's what I'm always late. So I don't know, because I don't like to come and wait. I just want to come and start. So I definitely would just come for something, and like if you tell me 10 o'clock, I want to be there like 10:05 or so, we just start. Yes. So if you go and offer something else that is not me, on your own, I always tell them. So you're right about your genius. It's not about how intelligent you are and all that. So for some of you, it could even be like your systems and your processes, and that's what works for me. I'm a very systematic person. So if a client is saying, I want to see, like I have steps, I have like 15-step process. So if the client wants to see a step 5 or step 10, and we're still at step 1, you can't take me to step 10, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. So I always let my team know that we can't get to step 15 until we do 1, 2, 3, 4, as into the end. So it's all about discovering who you are as a person and knowing what works for you. So let me check if we have any questions. Yeah, so if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Let me see.
Okay, someone said, is it easier to tell stories on a personal level than as a company? Can I take that?
Yes, you can. It's for you. Okay. That's your question.
It's for us.
It's for you.
All right, so I definitely think that, you should tell both stories. I think that what I found that a lot of people will say is, I'm an introvert. I want to position my brand. I want it to just be about my company. And, this is actually like an ideology that it's a flawed ideology that we've had over time, that we say to ourselves that, my brand needs to be bigger than my person. Right? But we have to also understand the era that we're in, right? And we're in an era where stories have become extremely powerful. And those stories, remember what I said, they have to be relatable. So the reason why I will buy into Apple is because I also know about Steve Jobs' story, right? So if I don't know Steve Jobs' story, I may not be as much of an Apple stan as I am. The product is great, but I'm an Apple fan because of the founder's story, right? So I think that it is important to tell both stories simultaneously and talk about how they're intersecting, right? So you want to be able to tell your story as a person, you want to be able to tell your story as a business, and it's easier for me to see why you started your business, right? So if I'm going to tell the story of my brand development company or the story of my purpose company, which is Lumination, because people know my story, they can see why I do those things. They can see why those things are important and why those businesses operate the way they operate, right? Because you know that, okay, this is the type of person Adora is. These are the experiences Adora has had. So I think it's important. I don't think it's easier. I don't think it ever becomes easy for anybody, really. Like, sometimes you look at people and you say, it's easy for you now, you're an extrovert. No, not really. You know, it's a decision that you have to make, right? That you're going to do this. And you think about the benefits of the doing. And the benefits are immense, whether it is in direct returns to you or in direct returns to other people, in the sense that because you're telling your story, other people are starting up, you know, dreams and things. And they may not even be starting up in your space. Like something you're doing in interior design has made some guy who's a painter, who's an artist, to start creating his own art now because he loves the fact that you pursued your passion, your dreams, and your vision. So I think tell both stories, you know, it never really truly becomes easier. But what I would tell you is that, you know, it becomes, I think you're so focused on the purpose of what it is doing, right? That it's just, it's a bit of a breeze mentally, you know, to do.
Like I always tell people, I'm actually an introvert. So, but like I tell those who are introverts, it's easier to actually walk behind your phone or do you understand? Because nobody's actually seeing you. So you can tell your story on Instagram or whatever. It's just you and your phone. So there's no one like in your face. So it's not public speaking. Do you understand? So it's easier. So you need to actually tell your story. Okay. Let's see if we have more questions. Okay. Okay.
As a business owner, Jennifer, this one is for you.
Are you not a business owner?
As a business, listen, so as a business owner, right, how do you lead by example, especially when you have a lot to cover? Sometimes you tend to go against the rules that you set to your staff. Right? I'll let you answer that, and then I'll answer my own. This is an interactive session.
Yeah, okay.
So tell me what works. Tell me what works for you.
Definitely you have to lead by example. Sometimes you might need to bend a bit, but even when you do, you just have to let them know that, come on, I just did this not because of, do you understand? So they don't think it's the norm. They don't think that it's okay to just bend or do otherwise. So it depends on the situation. But yes, you definitely have to lead by example. Like I said before, I'm a late comer. Doesn't mean that they should come late. Do you get? But
right.
Yeah, but you should lead by example. That's what I think. Yes. So you can bend.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. Honestly, I think you answered the question aptly, simply, but truly, because I think the important thing is to be honest when you bend the rules.
Yeah.
And that is where true leadership lies, is to be able to accept that you made a mistake, or to be able to accept that, you know, you knew and you just did it anyway, but that but that it is not the norm.
Yes.
Right? So it is not the norm. That's the important thing, is to not let it go to where it becomes the norm. Because there are times where you will put a system in place and you're like, you know, but because maybe right now, even just like say finance, you know, normally you don't just, you know, collect money without requisition. But then something needs to be done right now. Accountant's door is locked. It has gone somewhere and needs to be done right now. And I haven't written the requisition for it, right? But that your staff know that, listen, doesn't mean that tomorrow we will stop writing. And that you rectify it as soon as the person shows up. So I'm like, hey, see, you know, this thing, we're supposed to write a requisition for it. We didn't do it, but now here it is, right? So simple things like that. I think just being honest about it. So you answered it well.
Yeah. Okay. So let me see any questions.
Any other questions?
Okay, lots of thank you. Okay, valid points. Thank you, Adora. Okay. So I think that's lots of thank yous. Okay. So thank you very much, Adora. I really do appreciate your time. You know I love you.
Me too. I just watching all the takeovers.
As in, I love you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate. So you guys. So we'll move over to the next speaker shortly. So Adora, you can sign out. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me. All right. Take care. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you. Hi. So we have Busola Onamuse in the house. She's the brand manager for Dulux Nigeria, my go-to people. So Busola, hi, can you hear me? You're looking all Yay, hey, Dulux is treating us well.
Thanks.
Nice to have you, Busola Namasi. So she's the brand manager, like I said.
Nice to be here.
Yeah. And Dulux is our headline sponsor, like you said. But like they told me, Jennifer, we're not sponsors, we're partners. So it's my
yes, we are.
Yeah. So meet my partners, Dulux. So over to you, Busola. So you take it from there. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. It's a delight to be here. We're always honored to be part of Blue Conference events. From the very first beginning that I started this conference, we've been part of it, we've been supporting from the outset, and we've never regretted supporting because Jennifer, as it were, and interior designers are the target, and they are our go-to person in terms of colors, in terms of decorating our space, adding colors to our customers' lives. So we always want to be part of what your team is doing to ensure that we keep adding value to both you and your customers alike. So today I've learned a lot, even from the first speaker that spoke, and I was quite very commendable, speak some of the things she said, and it's a takeaway for a lot of us. And I just hope that we'll take it in and use it as much as we can to keep pushing our brands forward and to also better the lives of our customers and our audience alike. So today I'll be sharing just things about Dulux. But before I share, I would like to share a video. I know some of us have seen this video before, but just want to share. Just pardon. Just want to seen this video. Just 1 second. Adora did a very was quite
yeah, Adora she's just wonderful. Yeah. Okay, so we'll just wait for Busola. So yes, you guys will get a recording of the conference. Someone is asking if we get a recording. Yes, you will get a recording. So not a problem. You would. Okay.
Yes. So just been playing this video.
Yeah, our popular video.
Yeah. Come on, video should play.
Okay, it should play. It's saying, okay, it's saying the video can't be played. Let's see.
Okay. So let me just show.
Okay.
Technology things that happen.
No, that's fine. No, just take your time. That's fine. We have to be patient. You're our partners anyway, so they would have to. We'll wait.
I guess I'll find another way around it. Okay. So found another way around it. So it's
on now. Okay. Okay, I don't think we can't hear the audio, but the video is on.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the video is on, but can you hear the audio on your side at your end?
I I can.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I should increase the volume or something.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Can you hear the audio now?
I can't hear it. I can't hear
It's
the
really
audio.
faint.
I can't hear it. But we can see actually. Yeah.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, increase it a bit. It's 100. I can't hear. I can't hear. But maybe we can read the subtitle.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. No Tauma. Tao?
All right. Sorry, there was audio issue with the video. I'm surprised. Tried it. I've played it. I don't know what happened. Just technology just happened.
Can you hear it on your own side?
I was hearing it. I could hear it. I'm surprised.
Your earpiece. Is it because you're?
No, I wasn't using earpiece.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
I removed the earpiece, so
okay.
I wasn't using earpiece when I was playing. So I don't know why it's not playing, but it's just, I'm sure some of us must have seen this video. It just shows some of the things we experience doing business, where painters, overshoot because they feel the Dulux is expensive, and they say, okay, I want to make more money on this project by inflating the cost of paint. And really, it's not really about the paint, it's about the product. So if you are using Dulux, for instance, our products, you understand that you don't need to buy a lot to cover your space. We have our products can actually cover more space with a little. It actually goes a long way with our product. So today I'm just going to be sharing some of the things. One of the things that we'll always want to offer you as a brand, and how we take you as our customers to ensure that you continually deliver value to your own customers. So just before that, I would like to go into why we do what we do, because just talking about, can you see my slides? I believe you cannot see my slides.
Yes, I can. Yes, we can.
Okay, so just why we do what we do, because first of all, without knowing the product in itself is not enough. We need to know who we are, what we are, and why we do what we do, so that can tell you some of the reasons why we're taking some of the decisions we are taking, and how we want to affect your life, so that you can actually in turn deliver more value to your customers. So who are we? We're Dulux. We belong to a big family called the CAP family, and the UAC family. UAC is one of the foremost indigenous companies in Nigeria. It has over 100 years, and the brand has been existing for a while. So for Dulux is the flagship brand for CAP, and UAC is like our grandfather, and the mother is CAP. So Dulux is a flagship brand, and is renowned for a long time for quality, innovations, and premiumness, and delivering quality to our customers. We have carved the niche for ourselves in that segment, which is why people continuously reach out to us in terms of consistency and quality. That's what I promise to our customers, and that's what we strive every day to reach out for. So who are we? We're a global brand. Dulux is not just a Nigerian brand. It's a brand that exists in all over the world, in all continents. So we belong to a very big family. We are the color experts. People know us for widespread rates and superior ID power. We have high network of distribution. Every state in Nigeria, for instance, will find Dulux there, and because we want to reach you so that they can actually deliver value to you. Our products are lead-free. We have HSE conscious. We make sure that every drop of our products is lead-free. That means it's safe for you to use, safe for your customers to use, and which means that you don't have to worry about anything lead-free, lead content in our product. We are innovative because every time, from time to time, we try to do things that will make us differ us from all our competitions. We were the first to introduce color center technology. We're also the first to introduce the implanting system where our paint manufacturing process is automated, even in our factory in Lagos. So we try to do that so that we can reach out to you more. You can deliver a large volume or a small quantity of paint for you at record speed time. Yeah, we know there are some bits of teething problems, as in some bits of challenges in terms of delivery to you, but sometimes we always ensure that we put you first in our dealing. So we are the color expert, like I said. We have a wide range of color marketing materials, from our fan deck to our color stands to different things that we have, a spectrophotometer that helps you to make very varied color selections, helps you to do color advice. We know that paint does much more than just, it can transform a space, just beyond just splashing paint on the wall. We know that paint can actually transform even you as a person in that space. It can shape your view, it can affect your mood. So we try as much as possible to help you decide on colors that will help. It's not just about the color of the paint, even the color of the chairs, the color of the sofa, color of the curtains, the floor, how we can help you, given all those things, determine the color of your wall. So we have trained color consultants that we train from time to time that can help you give that color advice. We're actually revamping some of the things in our color centers to help you service your customers better. So in the next few months, even few weeks, months to come, you'll be seeing some changes within our business, particularly how our customer serves you, so that you can get better services from us. So I won't be saying this without saying our why. Our why is Dulux. What is Dulux? Dulux is the mission of the brand is actually to add color to your life. So everything we do, our POF says let's color. So we understand that it's not just about paint, like I said earlier. It's about, we understand that our products have a way in making our customers feel good about themselves in their space. So we try to make the paint personal by giving you colors that helps you have a very good view of your life. And we want our brand promise is, renewal. So every splash of Dulux paint renews your space, renews your thinking. So we like try to have our color center give you inspiration, share some things with you. If you go on our website, for instance, you can see some inspiration materials that can help you to see how you can combine colors in the space. If you also use our visualizer app, we have some inspiration apps, inspiration daring that can also help you to make some color advice. So we like I said, we introduced the color center concept, which is to bridge a gap between you, our customers, and Dulux. So we offer you endless possibilities in terms of colors. We provide color consultancy. People know us for color, and that's who we are. So we also provide this in a very cozy ambience. Then some of the things people know us for, we have our brands. We have Dulux Trade, which is our top premium range. It's a finish that helps you to, it's a product that helps you to reach endless possibilities in terms of color. Then in terms of we have different finishing. We have silk, we have matte, we have weather shield. This silk and matte is flagship. A lot of people can resonate with those brands. We have weather shield. Weather shield is an exterior finish. We have it in smooth and textured. We also have eye gloss. The coverage is up to about 16 to 18 square meters. And we have also have the matte, soft sheen, and weather shield. So for Dulux regular, we have silk. Dulux regular is our next line. It's also a premium category, but it's our next line. It's our next line of premium. So we have it in silk, matte, weather shield, and gloss. It's available in 20 liters for now. Something new, something big is coming from Dulux regular, which will also redefine the paint industry. Just stay tuned. We'll be the first to, the interior designers will be the first to actually introduce it to you when it comes up. So just stay tuned for it. We'll be sharing it to you very, very soon. We have a stand. Yes, yes, we will. So For the Caplux range, this is our standard range. So Caplux is our standard range. So we have a customer that cannot afford the deluxe category. You can always go for Caplux. It's also a good brand. It's in emulsion. We have it in satin. We have a screening filler. Screening filler came out of the fact that a lot of people buy our deluxe trade, apply deluxe on a screened wall, and after a while, you start finding holes on those walls. You start peeling. So we introduce a screening filler, which is already, it doesn't need top bond, it doesn't need to be mixed. It's already a ready mix filler. So you just apply it. It's already mixed wall putty. You just apply it straight on the wall. You don't need to mix anything to it before you apply the paint. And it makes the paint last longer on it. So we also have Caplux in textured. We have it in gloss too. So this is our like I said, our newest baby. So we understand that you cannot have, beyond having gloss, having different finishes on your wall, matte, emulsion, silk, you can have those fantastic finishes. But sometimes if the walls that you want to apply those paints on are not well prepared to take in those fantastic finishes you have, those paints will not last. So we realized that we need to introduce some specified products that will help you to have a long-lasting finish, and customers can continue to get value for patronizing you, which is why we introduce these finishes. We call them the super finishes. So they are deluxe. They're not finishes. They are pre-paints. They are like pre-deck paints, pre-decorative paints before you apply your silk, before you apply your matte or your emulsion paint on it. We have Super Grip. We have Dam Shield. We have Rain Shield. So for Super Grip is an all-purpose primer. So you have a space you have a surface you want to apply, and it's not a wall, maybe it's a wooden place, it's a wooden space or wooden surface, it's a tile, it can be an Alico bond. I want to apply paint on it. Any paint, whether it's emulsion, whether it's silk, a Super Grip will do that for you. So it will help you. It doesn't need to apply Super Grip on the surface. Whether it's tiles, like I said, you can apply this Super Grip on it. Then after applying Super Grip, then you can apply your silk, you can apply your emulsion, you can apply your gloss. Super Grip is the layer that helps you to hold, it grips the paint. So if you apply emulsion, or if you apply silk on tiles, it will not stay. After a while, start peeling. But with the Super Grip, it binds the emulsion, the silk, and your top coat together with the wall. So you are sure that for a long-lasting finish. So, and you don't need to worry again if you have a place you want to paint. You're like, this is not a wall. Just get the deluxe Super Grip, and you are sure that the product will do justice to your space. So we also have a rain shield. Rain shield. We know that one of the biggest issues in painting and that affects paint is water. So if you can solve water problems around paint, you are sure that you have solved 90% of paint problems. So when you're painting, one of the enemies you should look out for in painting is water. So if you have a water issue around the surface you're trying to paint, know that within a while, those surfaces will start having issues. So try to deal with the water problems first. That's what we advise professionally while you wait for your painting. So we have a waterproofing paint. So this is what we call the Deluxe Rain Shield. So it's a waterproofing paint for walls, for roofs, for parapet. So if you have an issue that if you have a wall that is challenged with water, first of all, like I said, you need to solve the water problem. But perhaps you've solved the water problem, but the wall is already still soaked water and you need to paint. You can actually rain shield that wall so that the water will not, the paint will make the water not to penetrate to the wall. But this water there's a certain level of water that can be on the wall before it could not be affected. But waterproofing paint rain shield is a waterproofing paint that helps you to solve the major water challenges that you have with your paint. So it's a one-step pre-mending paint. It just requires it's long-lasting, it's water resistant, it's good for ceiling board, concrete. It's good for most surfaces. and it can be painted with any paint, any deluxe paint. That's mostly the silk, the matte. Once you've already been shielded, you can actually use deluxe silk on it, deluxe matte soft sheen on it. So the other one is a damp shield. One of the challenges people also have is damp. So the moisture level of like I said, of walls, if it's more than 50%, then the damp shield might not solve it. So we have something we call the moisture tester. If you go walk into any of our color centers, so we can do this for you for free. Go to our color centers, and you have a space you want to apply paint to, but the surface is actually challenged with damp. So you can walk into our color center and say that I want to buy paints. This is an example of the wall that has that challenge. This is something that is common scenario to most of us.
Yeah.
So this is an example of that kind of wall. So if you just walk into our color center and say, I have this challenge of damp where I want to paint, how can I solve it? Even if you scrape that wall, cement it, I can assure you, if it's still there's a damp challenge, it will still come back after a while. So you need to solve that damp challenge. So the Dulux Damp Shield will help you do it. It's a water-based paint, so it dries within record time. Maybe in next 2 hours, it's dried up, so you can actually apply your paint on it. But you need to damp shield the paint. To damp shield this paint, you need to first of all scrape up any form of paint on that surface. You apply this pre-paint, this damp shield on that surface, then before you apply the paint. But first of all, we advise that you test the water content on that wall. You go to a color center to tell them you want to buy Dulux Damp Shield, and you have a wall that's challenged with damp, and they will follow you. They have a moisture sensor that can help you to test that wall, to check the moisture content of the wall before applying the paint on it. So if the moisture content is more than 50%, if you apply paint on it, that's the honest truth, it's going to have issues. So you need to solve the challenge of the moisture on that wall, but the damp shield can solve that problem. It is less than 50%. So you damp shield the surface, then apply your paint on it. So this is an example of a wall that is damp, that is challenged. This is something that we see almost every time, particularly even on the island, even on the mainland. Sometimes if the building is not well, if it's building is challenged with this wall, you can see it. Even if you scrape it and you apply paint, it will still come back. The paint will change color, you discolor the paint, because you don't want to buy an expensive paint. You recommend the expensive paint for your clients, and it's coming back to say this paint that I bought is not solving it. So we also, all our weather shield paints, right, we have been formulated to stop algae and fungi. So it's all our weather shield from in the last 6 months has been formulated to prevent algae and fungi growth. So that's a new addition to our weather shield. So our exterior paints, if you buy it, so you're sure that in terms of algae and fungi growth, you are covered. So those are the 3 new products I would like to share with you today. But we can't do that without showing you something very interesting about us. In October, we're going to be launching something very soon. We know it's almost Christmas time, it's shopping time. So we're going to be introducing our promo. So I'm sharing this with you first because you guys are very I haven't shared with anybody yet. You're the first customer we are sharing.
Yay! My partner.
So so we are going to be doing buy more, win big promo, where when you walk into our centers between now and the end of the year, you can win vouchers. Anything you buy from us, the lowest you can win is 2,000 naira voucher, but you can win up to 50,000 naira voucher from as much as the more you buy, the more you win. We did this promo last year, and a lot of customers are asking for it again. So we have introduced it again, even with a bigger band, with a bigger bank, and we have more things to show. When you go into our centers, just buy anything you buy from us between who launched. It's going to happen in October, so the date will be sent to everybody through Jennifer. So from between now and the end of the year, when we introduce we will launch it this October. So you can just walk into our color centers and buy our products, and you get super vouchers to buy anything. So whether it's going to be Spa, it could be ShopRite voucher, any voucher to buy anything. It doesn't have to be a Dulux voucher. any voucher you're going to buy, anything you want to buy, you can buy with our voucher. So some other things we also have to offer you also is we provide customized painting beyond just the tinting of the products. Sometimes you have some colors like solar green or Jennifer yellow, or somebody's asking for agbalumo brown or WhatsApp more brown. So any color you're asking for, we can actually customize it and for you. So at can be our color centers, even for our head office. So we also do bulk packaging. So you have a very big project you're trying to do, which makes your cost go down. Everybody's watching cost at this time. So we have some special packaging that we can do for you to bring down your cost if your project is big and we have a big project. We offer customized color scheming, like I said. You can leverage on our visualizer app. You can also you can be a partner by taking an order taking points. You can walk into our color centers to ask about the order taking points, how you can be a part of the Dulux family in terms of partnership with us. And we also offer free technical advice during, before, and after the painting projects. Thank you very much, and I'll be waiting. You can reach us through our color centers. You can follow us on Facebook, Dulux Nigeria, and Instagram, Dulux Nigeria. We are Game. We have a visualizer app. You can download Dulux visualizer app on iOS, on Android. So through Play Store, you can just download that app so that the app helps you to visualize. You can paint it, picture it before you paint it. So you can visualize the color before you actually paint it. So we're reachable. You can reach out to us on our customer care number 0815-949-3070. So that's our customer care line. And you can send us an email, careline@capplc.com. I'm going to take that again. Our phone numbers are 0815-949-3070. And our email addresses are careline, care as in CARELINE @capplc.com. So we are reachable. We would like to hear from you. Feedbacks, comments, complaints, just get it to us. We would like to see how we can always fulfill the Dulux promise to you, because without you, we are not in business. Thank you very much and welcome. Any questions, comments from us?
Thank you very much, Busola. I'm super excited that you announced the first. So we're the first to hear about the promo. So I'm sure
yes.
buying now, she even give us. So it's not the voucher, we can use it anywhere, even KFC.
Yes. No, it's not KFC. It's ShopRite vouchers. Yeah, ShopRite and then Spa.
Okay.
That's what you begin.
Okay, that's fine, fantastic. So I think we have questions here. So you guys, you've heard it from Dulux, right? So we have lots of goodies to be won. Okay, someone is asking, can we get a price discount for students, JSET students who are buying Dulux paints?
Okay, so if you are an interior designer and all you just need to say, if you go to the color centers, we have a special package for professionals like you. If you keep buying from a center, they will give you a special discount.
Okay. Then that's fantastic. And someone is asking, can I have your private number, Busola?
You have to reach out to Jennifer.
Okay, so reach out to me. Yeah, so we'll share that with you. Then the name of the visualizer app, I think it's the Dulux visualizer app now.
Dulux visualizer app. Yeah. Yes, Dulux visualizer app on Android or iOS.
Yes. So someone is asking.
Someone is asking for the contact again. Okay. So 0815 949 3070. Sorry, let me take that again.
Let me type it.
0815 949 3070.
Okay.
So the email address is careline at capplc.com.
capplc.com.
Careline at capplc.com.
Okay.
So you can get the Dulux swatch. Just go into our color center, order for it. But it's not for free. You can get the color when you get to just go to our color center and order through our color center. You can get it.
Fantastic. Somebody said.
So someone is asking, what does it take to get? It's 5,000 naira. So yes, we do trainings for artisans that want to learn how to paint. And just you can reach out to me through Jennifer, or you can just send us a message on our Facebook page or Instagram page. When we have the next training, we will let you know. So Dulux Fan Deck is 5,000 naira. For you to get, you need to send a letter to us if you want to Dulux Color Center in Magboro. You can send a letter to us. Same things, careline@CABPLC. Just send a letter to applying to have a color center at Magboro, and we'll reach out to you to know how that can be possible.
Okay, I think the person wants to have one. So can someone actually be an owner of a Dulux Center?
Of course, you can be an owner of a Dulux Color Center. Just if to indicate interest, just send it. Okay. Do a letter on your company letterhead to careline@capplc.com. Stating your intentions. I want to be a Dulux partner. Stating the location, and but it has to be on your company letterhead. It's not going to be an individual. So you can send that as an email to subject to just be maybe your interest to be a Dulux partner and stating location. So once you get that, your contact will be there to contact you. Have to have a face-to-face meeting or maybe a Zoom meeting, social distancing. So just talk to you about how we can make that come to life.
So what's the difference between rain shield and damp shield?
Okay, so the difference between a rain shield and damp shield. Rain shield is a waterproofing paint. So that means rain shield, you cannot, waterproof is water cannot go through it. So damp shield is just to solve the issue of damp. So damp and waterproofing is different. So if you have a challenge with damp, like the water, there's blistering on the wall, the water, so you need to damp shield the wall. Waterproofing, for instance, is meant for, even before you have that damp challenge, before you the damp shield is for solving damp challenges. Before you even get to the level of having a damp challenge, you can rain shield your products. So you can rain shield your surfaces. So you're painting like a decking wall, you can apply the rain shield on it so that the water doesn't seep through to the decking. So you have like a anchor, you can just do a rain shield on it so water doesn't seep through.
Okay, so rain shield is preventive. Then
it's more preventive than the damp shield solves the problem. Okay. There's a problem already that's already challenged. The damp shield.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. The visualizer.
Someone is.
Yeah, it said it's not on Apple Store. I know it's on
iOS. It's on. Actually, I have it on my own. I don't know. Maybe we'll check that after. I'll check it after this. It's on Apple Store, on iOS, and Play Store. I'll check that again. Maybe there's I'll check that again.
The question there for you again.
If someone is asking, can rain shield be used on a garage floor? It can be used on a garage floor or inside a swimming pool. No, that's constant water. No, there's a special paint for swimming pool. A special paint for swimming pool. Don't advise that. It's like for painting rain shield in swimming pool. So yes, where rain can fall in, yes, it's super, but constantly rain water on it is not for that.
Don't worry. Okay, we'll send you. I know there's a Dulux Visualizer app, so we'll find out and send it to you guys so that you can check out the Visualizer app. Yes, but I know there is, so you can actually go to the website. I think you can also go to the website too. Yeah, I can get from the website. Okay, so you've had Busola, so we have a promo coming up, and we're looking forward to it. So definitely, the Dulux Center definitely everywhere around you, and if you do not have one around you and you want to be part of it. You can always reach out to them. So just, we've sent you the numbers, and or you can reach out to me. I can reach out to Busola and I'll hook you guys up so that you can also reach out to her and do what you need to do. But we need to sell this product, guys. This is premium. And Dulux definitely, forget about the price. At the end of the day, what you should be selling to your clients is the value that they get, rather than having to buy paint and having to change different colors and all that. And the truth is, they have over 12,000 colors. So even if it's Agbalumo, brown or more brown, I'm sure Dulux can hook you up and all that. So there's every color for you there. So someone said I didn't get her number, please. Okay, we didn't drop her number, but we'll reach out to me. Oh, after this we'll share the number. Just reach out to me, then I'll share the number. Okay. Or so do someone the number, or do we just share?
Someone is asking. I can drop my number. Let me drop my number.
So then I just drop it to make it easy.
I just dropped my number now. Oh, sorry, I didn't. So I've sent it so you can share with everybody. So someone is asking, someone is asking that, do you need to apply the rain shield or dam shield before the actual paint? Yes, all those paints are pre-deck products, so they are the pre-decorative products. Whether they are rain shield, dam shield, super grip, they are what you apply before you apply the paint itself. So you can get the Dulux color charts. You can get Dulux color charts at any of our color centers, color shop, color center, color shop. Our color chart is available for everybody.
Yeah, I think it's the fan deck you pay for. Do you pay for the color chart?
Yeah. No, you don't pay.
Okay, don't pay for the color chart. So you can get the color chart from Dulux, but the fan deck. Okay, I don't have mine here. The fan, I don't know where it is. Okay, so the fan deck, you actually pay for the fan deck. Okay. Then do you have water-based primer?
Yes, I just said it now. Our super grip is a water-based primer. The Dulux super grip is a water-based. I'm gonna share open again. So this is a water-based primer. It's an all-surface primer. It's an all-surface primer. This is a water-based primer. And we also have the regular primer. Yeah, someone is asking, how do you get client cover for a job after making an inquiry? Okay, that's any other question for me? Hi, Jennifer. Any other question for me? Thank you.
I don't think there's any other question. Yeah. Okay.
I've shared my number, I think.
Yeah, she shared her number.
So I've seen mine. All right. Thank you very much. It was nice.
Okay, I think you have a question. How do I get notification for your training for artisans?
Okay, so Adeniran Ujo, you can call me. I just sent my number now. So you can call me, but you can reach out to us on our Facebook page and Instagram page. Send a message to us telling us that you would like to be part of our training. Just immediately we add it to our database. We want to get them. When we want to do that training, we will send you an email or send you an SMS. You get idea of it.
Okay, fantastic. So thank you very much, Dulux. We really do appreciate you. Thank you for sponsoring the event.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Town Dulux is the bomb. Yeah. So
thank you very much.
Thank
you. Thank you.
So please, what are you doing your training in Lagos?
We had a plan to do a training like every quarter this year, but COVID just messed up a lot of things for us. But we actually did an online training. We do online trainings, but we did an online training like a master stroke events where we had a Facebook training for all our painters just to demonstrate superior value of paint. And we had the master painter, Sam, give us some tips on painting. But we will do trainings again. We plan to do one. We might plan to do one very soon. We'll contact you. Just send us a message on our Facebook or Instagram page. That's Dulux Nigeria, at Dulux Nigeria. On Instagram, at Dulux Nigeria. On Facebook, reach out to us and tell us you'd like to be part of our training. We will definitely reach out to you. So when we want to do this training, we also reach out to Jennifer. So if you know anybody that wants to be part of the training, you can send us their numbers too.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dulux. Somebody's asking how much does it cost to be a dealer of a color center?
Okay, so that you have to reach out to us. Like I said, you need to send us a letter to state us where you want to be part of. Send us a mail. Okay, I would like to be part of the Dulux family. What you want to. We have different levels, different categories of that. Okay. So
don't worry.
Yeah, thanks. And then you were part of the Master Strokes. Master Strokes was great, and we had lots of fun.
Awesome. So thank you very much, Deluxe. Thank you very much, Busola. I really appreciate you. You know I love you.
Yeah, we do love you too. We love you.
I love
we
you.
love you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So guys, so before Busola, before we leave now, so we're going to go on a break. We'll be back in the next 1 hour. So we'll be back by 1 p.m. And 1 p.m. we're going to have an interior designer all the way from Canada. She's called Claire Jefford. She's also an interior designer and an interior design business coach. She's one of the people I look up to. She's one of the people that inspired me to become a coach. So yes, we're going to have Claire Jefford in the next 1 hour. So please go grab your lunch, whether it's eba, fufu, because it's going to be mind-blowing. Because this second session, we're going to have not just Claire Jeffers, we're going to have the president of the Black Interior Designers Association of America, Kia McSwain, join us, and we're going to have a panel session with Overy Design, Steel Harmony, and Lisa from Ghana. So I look forward to seeing you guys in the next 1 hour. So don't forget, we'll be back in the next 1 hour. So see you guys, and yes, let me go for lunch. All right, guys.
Ford Motor Company, which was actually huge in terms of helping. I can attest to this, in terms of, all the business processes that you need to have set up in your interior design business. So that was really fundamental in getting me to where I am today. Then in 2004, we moved back in 1998 to Canada, and 2 kids. I stayed at home. That was lovely, very different to what it is now. It's telling me internet is unstable, so hopefully we're still good. And then in 2011, I received my certification as an interior decorator. I decided a few years earlier that I was going to move forward with my passion, which I know you can all appreciate, because we get into this business not for the money, but because of the passion, because we love but I hope we're still good. There we go. Okay, good. Hello. So what happened was, and this is what I'm going to talk about a little bit today, you guys, is that the opportunities that become available based on what you do, especially when you're building an online brand, which is what I'm focusing on with creating those alternate revenue streams in your business. So the opportunity came up for me to be a social media correspondent because I love doing video. I was sharing at different industry events like High Point in North Carolina, the big furniture show. And before I knew it, I had people coming to me saying, would you cover this event for me? And, you know, and I was like, wow, this is incredible. So opportunities that can come are huge. And then I began selling online products, which I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the process of doing that in 2017. And this opened up a whole new world for me and for my business. And I'm able to connect with people from all over the world, which is the beauty of having an online business as well. And then I monetized my YouTube channel. So this is another revenue stream that we're going to talk about. That was in 2018. And then collaborating with others and doing affiliate marketing. I would love to know in the chat if anyone can say yes or no if they know what affiliate marketing is, if you're familiar with affiliate marketing. It's a fairly new term for online over the past few years, but it's huge in monetizing your business, right? And then in 2020, just this year, I monetized my blog. So and my total online revenue sales this year so far have been $70,000. And so I share that, not to brag, because trust me, there's people out there making way more than that, but just to let you know that there are possibilities. You know, this is possible that I could quit my interior design business, which I'm not going to do because I love it so much, but I could, you know, to just focus on the online, right? So I just wanted to share that with you. But one thing that you need to remember, this is really important, is that this is a patience game. So this is not a race. This is a marathon as opposed to a sprint. This doesn't come fast. You can see with the timelines there and what I've done over the years that this has taken a long time to build the business. And you need that to, you know, be able to establish a brand, build your audience, earn your audience's trust. It does take a long time. This has been years in the making, but the good news is that we have time, right? We have time. We always feel like we're in a race and that we're trying to get somewhere and that, you know, time is running out, but we really do have time, right? So I just want to mention that because this is not something that you're going to do a video, it's going to go viral and you're going to, you know, make $1 million overnight. Unfortunately, that doesn't really happen. Okay. Let me get to the next slide here. Okay. So how can you diversify your business? So Jennifer and I, we talked about this when we were looking at different topics, and I'm just going to touch on the locally, but really we're focusing on globally. And I love the name of your conference, this Blueprint Conference, with Be Local, Think Global, because now more than ever, right, Jennifer? It's so important.
It's very important, yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I'll talk a little bit about this here in a minute. But so things that you can do locally in your business to diversify is instead of just offering like one service, like I'm just a full service designer, which is fine. But if you want to, you can offer different type of services. So maybe you want to also offer 2-hour consultations. I find these to be fabulous for my business. You know, I'm in, I'm out, I'm giving as much value as I can. And then, you know, the clients are taking the project on their own. They just needed a little bit of a professional eye to help them. You could do a designer for a day, a designer by your side. Those are more like you're working with the client, but you're not, you know, doing the full service. You're helping them along the way, different steps of the process where they need you. And then custom design and project management. I tell my clients here, they're married to me. Okay, they're married to me. We're going through right to the end, to the tears and the big reveal. And then sometimes we do just 3D concept only. So, you know, so I wanted to show you this because, you know, and it is also commercial projects, you know, hospitality. So there's a lot of different ways in your own interior design business that you could figure out, you know, what do you love to do? So there's opportunities, and then you kind of hone in and decide, you know, what do you love offering in your business? What do you love doing? And then that's what you should be focusing on. Anything else, if you want to scale your business, you hire someone else to do it, right? So let's go globally now, because this is exciting stuff. So ways to diversify your business globally is by offering e-design, virtual staging, and online consultations. And we've obviously, Jennifer, seen an influx of this over the last 6 months because of the pandemic, because of what's happening. So a lot of people moving online. The good news with that is that we have the technology these days. So, you know, if this had happened to us 20 years ago, it would not be the same situation what we're living now. So that has definitely been, you know, a benefit. And then you've got online product sales, which I'm going to talk to you about. The online product sales are one way that you can definitely diversify your business. get alternate revenue streams. I actually encourage people for this to be the number one, the way that you start, because you will receive a 100% of whatever it is that you're offering. And I've got examples here, so don't worry, I'm going to show you specifically, but you're going to create online products that are like PDF downloads or maybe courses. And those are things that you're going to be able to, you wake up in the morning and you're like, oh, I just sold, I sold a couple of courses. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. It's really is lovely.
Yes, it is.
Like I said, you have to, it is, isn't it? Right. But, we're working really hard to make sure people are finding us and building that brand. That's what I'm going to talk about as well. Then you've got affiliate marketing, and affiliate marketing can be, with product links. I find though, I always say to people, I find people are really eager to get to these affiliate marketing and affiliate links. And that basically means, let's say I'm writing a blog post and I'm writing a blog post on Dulux. I'm doing, I'm talking about paint colors. And then in that, I'm talking about, here's some beautiful accessories that would work with this fabulous color from Dulux. And, and then if you click on it, there is a special link in there. There's a special little REF reference question mark that comes up in the URL. And that means it's tied to me. So if anyone who's reading my blog and clicking on that link and is interested in buying that blanket or that candle or a pillow, I will make a very small percentage of commission off of that sale. So affiliate marketing is amazing. My free download that I have was from an interview I did with my good friend Laurel Byrne. And Laurel Byrne, this is the download that you can get. Laurel Byrne is killing it with the affiliate marketing, but you have to remember she has, I think last year she had over 8 million page views to her site over the year. And she has like probably 30,000 plus subscribers. And she's been doing this for about 6 years. So it's a very, as I say, it's the marathon, right? It's not a race, a sprint, sorry. So I like to say, leave those affiliates till after. I always recommend that you create an online product first. I'm going to show you here how you can do that, but because it's much smaller. So with the online products that you sell that are yours, those downloads, you get 100% of that. With the affiliates, you get a very small percentage. So you need to have a wider audience, more traffic coming to your site in order to make that a feasible, revenue stream for you. So right now, I actually don't do those types of affiliate links. I tried, and honestly, after 3 months, people were always asking me about my video gear because I do a lot of video. So people were asking me about, where did you get your ring light and what lapel mic do you use? So I thought, I am going to create these Amazon links and affiliate links. Yeah. And in 3 months, I made $13. Yeah. So, I thought, and it was a lot to set up, and then the links break. So I touch on affiliate marketing because it's important, but those links, I say, just leave it until you build and build and build. But the collaborations with affiliate links I'm going to talk about as well. That is actually where I find to be more lucrative, more worthwhile. Okay, so we'll get to that. Monetizing your blog. So this is something that I've just done this year. So you can have, when you go on websites and you're on someone's blog and you see these ads for something that you've probably searched recently on the internet. They know exactly what you're searching, okay? And they're targeting you. So if you've looked at a lamp for a client, or you've looked at a certain coffee table, or a fabric, then that little box is going to come up on that blog that you're reading because it's targeting you. And so those are ways that then whoever has the blog, they are getting paid to have those ads on their site. And I'll let you know so far that I'm 3 months in, and I will share details of how much money I'm making on that so far. You could do membership groups. Membership groups, you could charge a fee to join. So once you've created something that's, that whatever your niche is and your niche and what's your area of expertise, you could create a membership group that's a paid group if you want to offer decorating advice to people all around the world, and they want to come into your group, and you charge a small fee or whatever, to join, and it's a monthly fee. Yeah. It could be, it could be $25 a month to join, and you can ask me any questions you want. If you get 100 people in your group, now that's $2,500 that you're making per month. I'm not making that. Okay. Yeah. So that's another way. Or you could also become a brand ambassador. So there's probably more ways. These are some of the top ideas that I wanted to share with everyone here today at the conference. But you could become a brand ambassador. So maybe someone that you work with regularly, whether it's a fabric company or you know, an appliance company, or
Deluxe.
You know, Deluxe, yes, Deluxe, yes, exactly, yeah. So you can become a brand ambassador for them, which means that, you know, you have a contract where you're doing a certain number of posts or whatever it is that you're contracted out to do, whether it's blog posts or social media, and then in return, whether that's payment or which is obviously the best. Sometimes brands will give you, you know, their products, you know, but we obviously in business to make money. So if you can strike up a deal and have some payment for that, then that's really the best way. So that's it, kind of in a nutshell. Okay, some information there on how to diversify your business globally. For some reason, my slides are not working when I click them. All right, are you seeing this one now? Think global, right?
Yes, yes, I can.
Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to throw that in because, again, Jennifer's Fabulous Conference here, you know, we are thinking global. I mean, right now, it's amazing to think that I am 5,500 miles from you, where you are right now, Jennifer, right? I mean, this is the beauty of the internet. This is the amazingness, which I don't even think is a word, you know, of being able to bring people together. And be able to connect with people anywhere in the world. So as I said, I just love this conference, the name of it. It's just so fitting. It's so perfect for what's happening right now.
Yeah.
So why diversify your offerings? Okay, so we're going to get into this a little here. For one, it's a smart business strategy. If you're going to be a one-man show and offer just one service, then you're really limiting the clientele that you are going to be serving. And I know that we hear this expression, niche is rich, but it doesn't work for me because I say niche, and niche does not work with reach. It doesn't work, so I say it doesn't. You know, but you can do that. But I'm just saying the smart business strategy is to diversify your offerings, right? So in my local interior design business, for example, the reason why I have so many like different types of clients is because of those different service offerings that I was sharing at the beginning about, you know, consultation, designer for a day, designer by your side. If I just offered one of those, I'm not going to get the range of, you know, different clientele. And I just love helping people in any way I can. So that works for my business. So you also need to figure out what's going to work best for your business and the way that you like to work. The other thing that you can do when you diversify your offerings is you can scale and grow your business. This is a great way business to scale it if you're offering, you know, different sort of services. The other thing is use unexpected opportunities, like connecting with fabulous people like Jennifer, you know, halfway across the world, because of, you know, what you put yourself out there. And, you know, it can be scary to put yourself out there, but, you know, I always say, what's the worst that can happen, right? What is the worst that can happen?
Sure.
The flexibility. So this is huge for me. So in Toronto here, we're coming up to winter time. I do not like winter. I do not like snow. I love looking at it. It's very pretty, but I'm not a skier. I'm not an ice skater. My goal really is in the next 10 years, you know, is that I will have my business all online and I can work from anywhere in the world. So whether it's Portugal or Florida
or Nigeria.
Nigeria, yeah, right? You can work anywhere. I could be sitting here and I could be blogging and I could be doing my videos. And so it doesn't limit you. It doesn't limit you at all. So that's very exciting. You know, and again, you know, we hear of passive income and people that sit on the beach and just collect money. I don't really think, you know, you can't, that's, you know, you'll get days of that, but we still have to work hard. This is not easy. This is not easy. Okay. So this is not an easy way out. And then we have it's a great exit strategy. So like I said, like right now I'm still in the thick of it with my business. I'm still working with clients regularly, but this is my exit strategy. This is where in the next, you know, 5 to 10 years, as I wind down my business a little bit and figure out, you know, what we want to do when we retire, you know, this is my strategy. This is what I can do to continue, because I don't want to stop working, Jennifer. I mean, I love working anyway.
Yeah, it can be tiring.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I don't know. We may never retire, but you know, you have that strategy. You have an exit strategy. And then obviously, if 2020 has taught us nothing, it's that life is so unpredictable. There's no absolute certainty in life. So I'm a big proponent of wanting to embrace change, seek out new opportunities, and rise to new challenges, and just continue to soar. And so I really encourage you to see everything that's happened right now as an opportunity. Where can we find different opportunities, right? And just while we're on that, I mean, when the pandemic first hit, right, and my interior design business, every client except one, like, put it on pause, like, because of the uncertainty, and they didn't know about their jobs, and so it was really scary. But because I have the second business of having my online business, that then started to soar. Like, that was, Pinterest, numbers, everyone turned their eyes to social media because we were all sitting at home. We had nothing else, what else are we doing looking at these four walls? So that was great to have that second, because now my interior design business slowed, but now my online business started to, take off a little bit more, right? So it's that diversity that is able to, take you to different levels and offer you, different opportunities in your business. All right. Where do we start? Well, we have to start online. You need an online presence, you need a website, and you need to be active on social media. There's no really getting away from any of this. So if you don't love social media, this may not be for you, going online and creating a business, but the opportunity is, so incredible. So that's what I want to just share with you here today. And now we're going to get into a little bit about, like, what do you actually need to do, not just the what, but how to build, to build your audience. So what I'm showing you here are some thumbnails of videos that I've done on YouTube. And, you have to remember that what in your interior design business, no matter where you are at, even if you're still learning, you still know more about your craft than the majority of your audience watching you, right? So it's really about getting back to basics sometimes and thinking about, what are some of the frequently asked questions that I get asked by my friends or my family or my clients? So for you, you may think that, how to choose the right size area rug. Well, that's easy. Like, I know how to choose the right size rug, but most people don't. How often do you go into a client's home and the rug is the wrong size, or the artwork is too far away from the sofa, or, the colors are wrong, right?
Yeah.
So, these little things. And, I was even at a consultation a couple of months ago. Actually, it was before COVID, so it was longer than that. And they asked me about their living room design, and the client said, we're thinking about making, the TV wall over here. And it just didn't make sense where they were suggesting it. I mean, they had this beautiful fireplace, and I was like, it was a full wall, no windows, no nothing. But on this side over here, we had a window, we had a sliding door. And I mean, the fact that they were even contemplating putting the TV over here, it didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Right? But they just wanted like something different. Well, maybe we do something different. It's been on this wall for a long time. I'm like, it's on that wall because it works on that wall.
Yeah.
So it seems so bizarre to me that they would even think about putting it on this other wall where there was like stairs one end and the patio doors the next. People would be walking in front all the time of this TV.
Yeah.
So just remember that you know more than what you think you know, what you're learning in school, what you've learned so far in the business. So back to basics, choosing paint colors. This is like the biggest on my YouTube channel. My color videos blow up. That is where we're going to talk. I can't jump ahead, so let me stop for a second. Choosing paint colors. Some people are so confused about colors, so overwhelmed about colors. White paint colors, neutrals, especially, those are all very confusing for people. So, you do videos on that, or blogs. I understand that not everyone likes video, so you're going to write your blogs, because your blogs are going to be something that is going to drive traffic to your site and help you build that online brand. How to personalize your decor. Again, just like, how do we personalize it? What do we bring in of our, because we are, unless you're in commercial, you are, in people's homes, and we're helping them to create a beautiful space for where they're going to make memories for the rest of their lives. So it's not uncommon for clients to ask us for, can we reuse some of this artwork that we picked up on our honeymoon? Or, these are my children's handprints that we did at a craft, store one day, you know, and where could we display these, you know? So just coming up with ways to personalize, you know, your client's decor. And then I did a video on how to avoid DIY disasters, you know, because we hear of a lot of DIY, you know, and I want people to know that there's a reason why you're hiring my service. Like there's a value to what we're offering you and how it can benefit you. So these are just to show you some sort of ideas, and just really please just going back to the basics, not overthinking things. And then what happens is that the more that you share on social media, the more you're going to build your audience. And you know, then eventually if you have something that you're going to offer for sale, then they are going to come to you because they trust you. You're offering incredible value. I'm just going to say on that, like it says on the slide, like don't hold back. One of the biggest things that I find, one of the biggest mistakes that I find, you know, people make in general, whether it's designers or any online entrepreneurs, is that they're worried about giving too much. Like if I give too much, then they're not going to want to hire me. And it's actually totally the opposite. Like, so what happens is, you know, when I'm in a consultation with clients, and I will bring, if I think maybe it's just a 2-hour consult, on my questionnaire, one of the questions I ask is, you know, what are your top 3 priorities? What do you want to hit in this 2-hour consult? And if they say to me, you know, whatever X that is, I will bring, so I have samples I'm referring to that you can't see over here in my office, but, you know, whether they want countertops, if we're looking at a kitchen, or they want paint color ideas, excuse me, or backsplash ideas, or and then grout, I will bring as much as I can to that consultation. And what usually happens, and it's not necessarily my you know, what I'm planning to do, but it kind of is in a way, if I'm honest, is that sometimes the clients will look at each other after I'm showing them, like, here's the countertop, and you need to consider the undertone. And then if we put it together with this backsplash, you can see how this backsplash is more white, but your countertop that we're looking at is more cream. And before you know it, they're like, oh my gosh.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, right? And they don't realize that they have to think about, okay, not only do I think about a backsplash, but how am I going to
undertone?
now grout for the backsplash, right? So all of this stuff now becomes like very overwhelming for them. And it's not uncommon for clients then to look at each other and say, okay, we just need to hire you. We need to hire you now because we did not know. And I'm like, this is just the tip of the iceberg. You know, once you get into a reno, if it's a kitchen, bath, whatever, now you've got all of these details, and you're looking at the hardware, the profile of the cabinetry and the counter, and you know, there's a million, you know, decisions that need to be made. So the more that you give, the more people realize, man, I did not know that there was so much to think about, and now we need to hire him or her, because imagine if they're giving this away for free, how amazing are they going to be if I have them one-on-one in my home, right? So please never be afraid, never hold back, right? And in sharing, it'll come back to you in droves, I promise. And then what you want to do is offer a free gift in exchange for an email address. So this is how you build your emails. And, you know, so you're giving away this free information up on YouTube. You'll hear me on YouTube say, be sure you subscribe to my channel. Be sure you stay around to the end of the video and let you know how you can get my free download. Because if people are interested in what I'm sharing, then they're probably going to want to have more and get some of the free stuff that I'm offering. And now I can get them on my email list. So building your email list, as Jennifer knows, I mean, it's huge. It's so important. I mean, we do get a little tired of getting emails these days. I know it's kind of come full circle, but you know, it really is the best way to stay in touch with people. And if you're offering that amazing value and very helpful information that's solving a problem for your readers or for your viewers, then they're going to just keep coming back to you and looking to you as the top. You're going to be staying top of mind. So when they do need something, they're going to go, oh, you know what? Claire had those great neutral color guides that she's offering, and now that I'm painting my house, I really need to go and find out more about those. All right, so you need to create digital downloads. This is what my friend Laurel talks, she calls it a bribe, you know, in order to get people's email addresses, right? So this is a free download, something helpful, and I'm going to show you in a minute. So I've got here how to choose your paint color. So this is basically, so I printed these off, but these are just downloads. So people would download these and they would get them immediately. And so inside here, I have 5 tips, which you can't see very well, but I just wanted you, you know, to get some sort of a visual. But these are basically like 5 tips to getting your paint color right the first time. So I created this like 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago. You know, and I just update it sometimes once I have new projects that I can put in. But essentially, you know, you create it once, and then this is in your, what's that?
Yeah, forever.
Yeah, it's there forever, right? As long as it's relevant, right? As long as like these 5 tips are never going to change. If you're doing something on social media, those kind of tips, that's going to be different because those things change in and out. But you know, the best way to choose a paint color, the best way to lay out your living room, how to create a gallery wall of art, like those are principles that are never going to change in terms of like the rules, right, of what you can share. So that is how I get people on my list. I say, oh, you know, please go and grab my free download, you know, on how to choose your paint color. And then they get into a bit of a drip through my campaign. That is a whole other webinar, I'm afraid. There's a lot of detail that goes into this, but the key is that you are solving a problem for your reader, right? So finding out what it is that your audience is struggling with, and then creating a solution for them, creating something that's going to offer a solution for them. It also defines you when you're online like this. It defines you as an authority in your niche or in your industry. So the other thing that I have is a quiz. Oh my gosh, these quizzes, they kill it. They really do. So people always want to do quizzes. So I have this color quiz because again, I focus on color a lot of times in my blogs and on my videos. So figure out what it is that what are your potential clients' pain points. Maybe you love, I've had a client that I've coached before, she loves art. So I'm like, look at all the different topics that you could come up with art, how to hang your art, what to consider about framing your artwork, you know, where to buy your, how to incorporate colors with artwork. Like think broad and brainstorm of different topics that you can share with your clientele. So those are a couple of different downloads that I have on my website right now. And yeah, so you have to, so there is work involved, and I highly recommend that you have a good web developer or someone who's doing your website or at least supporting you, or maybe you're really savvy with your website, which is amazing because you'll save a lot of money. You know, but either way, just having a website set up, it's a true investment that I really believe in for your business. And then I'm sorry that these are not Dulux. I'm sorry, I feel bad. But I just wanted to let people know that these are design products now that I have designed based on the struggles of my audience, right? So my audience, like I said, it's paint colors. They're struggling, they're coming to me, they're asking me questions every day on my YouTube, on my blog. I have questions about paint color. So I'm like, how can I offer something that will help solve their problem and that I can also, as a business, that I want to, you know, generate money from? So I created my essential color guides. So these are, again, digital downloads. I've printed them for my own, so I can have them, you know, people, some get these, they take them to clients, you know, to their color consultations, you know, and so inside basically, and here's the thing that's really interesting, is that when I do my color review videos are pretty much talking about the undertone of a color, what are the best whites to pair with a color, and then, you know, what are some nice coordinating colors. And I'm really just recreating that as something that someone can download in a guide. You know, I do offer more colors, so here's 10, where in my videos maybe I only talk about 4 or 5, but you know, it's something that's already kind of, I'm giving away for free, but people want to have something in their hands, they want to see it, they want to be able to you know, find out more information. So again, don't look at recreating the wheel in a crazy way, thinking it's got to be something, you know, an ebook that's 500 pages. I mean, it could just be something very simple that you know that you're going to be offering, you know, to your clients or to your viewers. And then I created collections. So I actually created collections now. So now that I have more, I put them into groups of 10 or groups of 20. And so far this year, just to give you an idea, I've sold $4,000 in these colored guides to date. So, you know, so slowly, you know, getting there. The other thing I just want to share as well is that, you know, we talk about time, I talk about patience. Like I have just over 4,000 people now on this list, excuse me, for my color. You know, but when you're in my friend Laurel Byrne, who has 25, 30 plus thousand, you know, you can imagine that now that 4,000 in color guides might spike up to 40,000, you know. So the more you're building your audience, the more you're sharing, the more you're offering that great information, then the more you're going to be able to, sell with your different revenue streams. Am I talking too fast, Jennifer? Are we okay?
We're good. We're good. We're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the other thing that's huge when you go online and you create this, brand online, you have your audience, is the relationships that you're going to make and the networking that you're going to do, which all helps to build your audience. So, for example, the top slide here on the left photo is my friend and I, Maria Killam. Maria Killam is a true color expert. I've taken color courses from her. Do you know Maria?
Yeah, I do. So I can see Maria, I can see Veronica. Yes. Yeah.
So I can see you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what happened was with Maria is that I took her course and then I started doing, my color videos. And then I said to Maria, hey, do you want to send me your color boards? You can see them behind me. Yeah. And I will, I'll do a video on these color boards for you because I use them every day in my business. Here's another little tip that I haven't written down, but this is so important. Stay true to your core values. I mean, I'm not just going with anybody because it's an opportunity to make money. I am, supporting Maria because I use her boards every day in my business. So it makes sense for me to collaborate and to network with Maria, right? So Maria and I, just to give you an idea, we support each other in different ways. She promotes some of my courses for designers when she does her in-person courses on the last day. And so I give a special rate for her people, and her people are happy because they need to know about how to do a consultation and that sort of thing. And then we actually, because again, I'm real big on sharing numbers. I don't like when people, sometimes they're not sharing numbers. So again, not doing this to brag, I'm doing it to put it into context for you. But in 2019, last year in January, we ran a campaign to Maria's audience, which is over 25,000 subscribers. And from that campaign, we each generated $17,000 in 1 week of revenue from selling my product. So she's bringing her audience. So, she's got we split, and I'm bringing the product. So, that was huge. I mean, we were thrilled. And again, not just because I'm selling something that's valuable, that's helpful. She knows it's helpful. So again, you can't just create something thinking, I just want to make money. It has to be valuable. It has to be helpful to your audience. You'll see here a picture of Luann Nara. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Luann. She has a great podcast. I went to New York the same time I went to Maria, and I interviewed Luann. And that then led me to her saying, hey, do you want to be in my book? So last year or 2 years ago, she brought out this book, A Well-Designed Business, based on some of her Power Talk Friday experts that she had. And there's little old me. And I have a chapter in the book about managing clients' expectations. So this came to be because of the network that I created, because I put myself there, and because I spend a lot of time on social media. And then we have Jennifer, beautiful Jennifer here in the bottom corner. I mean, we connected through Instagram. I mean, this is right? Is that how you found me? Is that?
Instagram, yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So that was through Instagram. I mean, it's amazing. And then when you asked me to do this, I mean, I'm like humbled. It's just unbelievable, the opportunities, right? I mean, that I'm here. Thank you so much. And then we have Veronica Solomon. I love Veronica. She's another business coach. Her and I are very close. We talk a lot on closed doors. We both have Facebook groups. And she's just been a supportive, her and I we work together a lot. So even if we're not necessarily, selling something, I still like to keep these tight relationships just because they're so important, and we have each other's back. And we went to High Point last year, and we did a group meetup, so her group and my group, and we had about 20 people, 20 designers come. And I think it's also nice for people to see that business coaches can be friends. Like it's not like, we're in competition and we can't, It's nice, right? There's enough out there for everybody. And here's another great point, is that you're going to offer whatever you're going to offer in your way. It's going to be your way. We're not reinventing the wheel most of the time with what we're coming out with, but you put on your spin, you put it, to your audience in a way that only you can. And, that's why people will resonate with you. Not everyone's going to resonate with me, right? So they're going to resonate with different people. So the good opportunities, and then there on the far right, you see me and she's actually my web designer now, Nicole, and we're signing a book at an event last year with Luann at High Point. So all of these things come from building your relationships, building your network, and you know, having these opportunities, you know, that that we, as I said, we don't have otherwise. And I got to just move this for a second. So oh yes, okay, so here we go. So it's interesting that through this time with COVID, this is a note I'm reading on my little PowerPoint, I have actually stayed connected more with my online network than I have with my personal network, in-person network. You know, obviously now we're getting back in the thick of things. I mean, the interior design world has like just gone boomed like crazy, you know, but people I really do consider my friends now. We meet in events, we talk online, you know, and so it's really lovely to have that. I feel very blessed. So monetizing your blog. Okay, so we're looking at monetizing your blog with sponsors and or ads. So this is not pretty. I know it's not pretty, but this is my blog right now. Okay, this is a screenshot from my blog, and what you see, all the Home Depot, I must have Googled Home Depot somewhere, because those are the ads that are coming up on my site when I go on it. When you go on it, it's going to be something completely different. And when someone from Colorado goes on it, and someone from, you know, England goes on it, they're going to get whatever ad is, you know, targeting them. So the ads are so fierce and so smart. And I know that for some people, they don't like seeing the ads on websites, you know, but when you're giving away amazing free information, if you can find ways to monetize that, and now we can do that, you know, this is one way. I've just started that this year. You know, you need, as I said, you need to consistently drive traffic. I can't tell people how much, Jennifer, it's just so important to know that this is a slow marathon, you know. So don't forget, I've been blogging since 2011, not consistently, which has been a problem, right? I mean, that's the more consistent you are than with anything, then the more you're going to be able to build faster. But just giving you that idea that it is a bit of a slower, you know, build. But once you start getting it, and never pay for followers, never pay for, you know, people to come to your site, because it's nothing like getting those genuine comments when people are like, oh my gosh, I love your bathroom renovation. You know, can you just share a little bit the details of da da da? And I'm like, oh, they love my bathroom, you know, rather than, you know, someone who's coming on there and you're in a blog pod, you know, or those sort of things. But so these are the ads on my site. And you have, right now, this is with a company called Mediavine, and you can apply to Mediavine. I believe you need about 30,000 to 40,000 page views per month in order to qualify for having ads on your site. All right, so Mediavine, right now, I'm currently generating an average of about $27 a day. So the first month wasn't a full month, it was about $550. The next month was a full month, that was July, August was $775. And then this past month was just over 800. So every month it's building and it's building. So it takes time. But the nice thing is that between this and my YouTube channel, on YouTube, I get about $500 per month. So between those two revenue streams over 1 year now, that's going to be like close to $20,000. It's not that I can go to sleep. I mean, people will call this passive income, which I'm not a big fan of the word passive income, because, you know, Jennifer, nothing about this is passive. I mean, we are working hard. We are always posting, yes, right? Coming up with new ideas. Engaging with your audience is huge. You can't leave your audience hanging. If someone messages you, you have to, you know, reply. Mm-hmm. You know, so it takes time, but that is the nice thing, is that, and that YouTube is pretty good in that way. But I didn't want to monetize, as you saw earlier, the YouTube channel until a couple of years ago, because you have to have a minimum of 1,000 subscribers. They don't want something to just go viral and then now you're living off that viral video. You know, they want to see that you're building a genuine audience. So again, so it takes time, but now I feel like I've put in all of this hard work, and now I just continue to build on the momentum that's there and leverage that. So this is part of that exit strategy, you know, that I talked about. I think that really we've just got one more slide, and this is the free tip. So if anyone's interested in getting this is from my interview with Laurel Byrne. So Laurel Byrne is really killing this. I interviewed her years ago, a couple of times actually live, and she's become a very good friend of mine. And it's just incredible, and it's so inspiring when you see now, you know, making probably close to $350,000 to $500,000 a year just from her blog. And I can say that because Laurel's very open about sharing the numbers, which I'm always very appreciative about. But again, you have to remember, she is no longer an active working designer. She is, you know, this is her full-time gig. She blogs 3 times a week. And this is, it's a lot of work. You know, her blogs are very long, very rich in content, which is why her audience loves her and they love what she gives. Yeah. So if you want to get the tips here, I got a free tip sheet at clairejefford.com/secrets. And this is, like I said, Jennifer, I mean, we could have a whole month of webinars on this topic, you know. So this is about blogging specifically and just giving tips about, you know, how to build your blog, how to generate that traffic, because that's what you need. You need the traffic coming to your site before anything else. And then I would love to stay connected with you guys. As I said, like, I'm just so happy to be here. I hope Jennifer is okay with this, but I'm sharing my Facebook group. It's yeah, thank you. It's such a great group. I have over 5,000 designers there from all over the world right now. Yeah. If you want to join, just search Interior Design Business Strategies Facebook. My husband is the one who approves everybody, so he goes through all of the requests, which we get at least 100 per week. Okay. So just bear with us. Yeah, there's 3 questions. You must answer the 3 questions. Yeah, so I say it's IDBS, where there is no BS. I try to be very upfront. I try to be very honest with what I share and keep it real. I don't like people, there's no like spammy. It's not like people advertising. You know, we try to keep it, you know, pretty geared towards business. And then on YouTube, I have 2 channels. One is the Claire Jefford, which is coaching, and the other one is Claire Jefford Consulting. If you want to get an idea of the types of videos, like I already, you know, alluded to there, that I share with my audience, then you can see. Don't judge me though. Some of them are pretty old now. Okay. And then this year I just released a podcast that I do every other Friday, because I haven't got time to do it every week, Jennifer, but I do every other Friday. This is The Naked Truth. It's my TNT podcast. My goal with this podcast was to share real client projects. I don't share the clients' names or where they live, you know, but I share, this is a project, this is where where things went wrong, this is what went well. You know, we were doing roundtable talks, which was actually the whole inspiration behind this. I've had my contractors on. Please listen if you want to hear what contractors think about designers and how we can work together. It's a great couple episodes. But then the pandemic came and my roundtables had to stop because I couldn't have, you know, a couple of people here in my office. So hopefully we can pick those up soon. And then I also go through like top 5 every month for what's the most highly engaged post in my group, because if it's got designers talking, then you're going to be interested in it as well. And then now I just start doing client interviews, because I can have one client in here with me sitting 6 feet apart. So we just started that. So I interviewed a client. There's a couple of episodes of that, and she talks about what it was like to, you know, to work with me. And so I like to have these conversations that I feel no one else is really having in the design industry, and asking their clients and talking with their trades, because it's really important for us to get to the naked truth.
Okay.
Thank you.
I like this picture.
I like to have a little bit of fun too, right? You know, bring in your personality when you do things. Have a little bit of fun. You know, you're you, and only you can be you.
All right. So thank you very much, Claire. I really do appreciate your time. So let's take any questions. So I will just go to the chat section now. So someone is asking, any tip on how to get more color consulting clients?
More.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Sorry?
Yeah, we have questions.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, so can you see the question section?
Yes, I can see the questions come up intermittently. Oh, Q&A, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it says no questions. You'll have to read them to me. I can't. Oh, in the chat? Do I go in the chat?
In the chat, yes, please.
Oh, lovely. Oh, see, I wasn't looking at this. That's lovely. Hi, Samira. How are you? Thanks for coming. Okay, so do you want me to just start answering some of these questions, Jennifer?
Yes, please. For the next 10 minutes.
So I'm not sure if maybe, yeah, 10 minutes. Okay. So what is affiliate marketing? So hopefully I answered that, but affiliate marketing is when you're working with either the affiliate links, or you're selling a product that's online and you're linking to that product, and then you're making a small commission. on that. As I said, I would recommend that you collaborate with people first rather than selling, you know, little products here and there. Jenny, hi Jenny, how are you? My group is amazing. Thank you, hon. Any tip on how to get more color consulting clients? Did you find contacting painting companies or contractors helpful? Yeah, I mean, one of the things that, you know, again, I love going into the community. So if you want to connect with your deluxe, you know, your local deluxe or paint reps and say, hey, is there an opportunity? The thing is you can ask, right? All you can do is ask.
Yeah.
You're going to probably get, you know, 20 no's before you get one yes, right? But you just keep putting yourself out there. Yeah, contacting painting companies. The thing is, you need to figure out a way with contractors. Contractors are so busy, and unfortunately, we have this reputation with contractors and designers liking each other, which is why I interviewed mine, you know, to kind of break down that and find out what we can do. You need to remember that whenever you're approaching anybody for anything, you have to let them know what you can do for them. What can you do for them, right? Because they're getting bombarded all the time and people are busy. So you have to really clearly identify what your pitch is going to be and how you can benefit whoever it is that you're talking to. And then in terms of just getting more color consulting clients, I would go on Facebook, share tips on Facebook, whether it's in video, whether it's with images, or whether you're talking about, you know, the color of the year or how to mix paint colors, or not mix paint colors, but, you know, choose a paint color and mix them with a palette in your home. The more you talk about stuff, the more you just become that, again, like that authority, and you become top of mind for people. You know, people will be thinking about you once they have a question. They go, oh, I'm going to go to Jennifer because she's always offering great information on running an interior design business. So I'm going to go see what she's got, and maybe I'll reach out to Jennifer, right? So I think that's important. Did I answer that question?
Okay, fantastic.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Then you mentioned about hello, Claire, can you hear me? Can you hear? Okay, yeah. So you mentioned when it comes to consultation, right, we should share everything. You should never hold back. But we find that here in Nigeria, you share everything and they never come back. So what happens is they speak to Jennifer, they speak to Zainab, they get all the information and they never come back, and they give it to someone else to do it, or they do it themselves. So I agree with Sherry, but maybe not all, I don't know. I think it depends.
Yeah. And I love that you say that. I love that you let me know that, because it's different everywhere, I guess, you're right, in the world, like different cultures, different mindsets. Yeah, and there you will. I still get some of those people sometimes.
Yeah.
I think, oh, they think they can do it, and that's fine. And that is why it's great to diversify your offerings, even locally, with different things that you offer, because then you can say to someone, you know, maybe if they're not ready for that full service, you could say, you know, okay, but I'll help you pick all your finishes for your kitchen and your bathroom.
Yeah.
You know, if they don't want to go through. But I know, yeah, it's a good point, Jennifer. It's a good point.
Because someone also mentioned here, I think Samira said it's the same thing in Pakistan. So, yeah, so I think different cultures, I think it varies, depends on the kind of, I don't know, clients and.
Yes.
Yeah. But it would be really nice to
know. I mean, I think, so.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I think the thing to do that is really just show your value then. Just show your value. Like, you know, talk to, I'm very open about talking sometimes about, like, well, not sometimes, but like about what things cost, you know? So if I'm at my design center, or if I've done a project with a client, I'll just say, like, you know, like we just had a client who we got rid of their Pottery Barn sofa, which was a $1,500 sofa, after less than a year and a half falling apart. So, you know, now I can go and I can say, you know what, we got rid of this Pottery Barn sofa. The client invested in this sofa. It was a $3,300 sofa. This is the difference. This is the way this sofa is made. This is the quality that we offer. These are the products that I can bring into your home, you know, and just showing the value and letting people know, because so maybe not so much giving away as much as you're educating them on why hiring a designer is so important.
Yeah, sure. Then what's your take on consultations? So some people would say offer a free consult, and some would say a paid consult. So I believe in, okay, I'll tell you what I believe in, but what's your take on it?
Well, you know what? When I first started my business, I was pretty much giving away I would call it a meet and greet. I would do a 30-minute meet and greet. What I found that was kind of like what you're saying, Jennifer, is that once people get you in their home, and they start asking you questions, you're giving, this is supposed to be a meet and greet, and now I'm actually giving them a lot of information for free. And then I would go, and then they're like, well, I got that information for free. I don't need to hire her. I do find that sometimes people do not value what they get for free. When people are paying me for a consultation, they are listening. They are invested. They are listening. And I've made my fee now to a point where it's quite high. So I know that anyone hiring me is really valuing my service. I think when you don't do it, the only time, this is what I'll say, the only time I would say, and I don't know if you agree with me, so this will be interesting, but if you're so high end that I know people that they interview the client, they will only take on $100,000 plus projects or $250,000. Yeah. So they will go and do a consult for free. But first of all, they have qualified that client so well that they know that they are serious about their services and that they have money to invest, that they're going because they want to see if they actually want to work, if the designer wants to work with that client. So that's the kind of time I would say it could be for free. But you tell me your experience.
For me, I always tell people you never give it out for free anyway. So you need to pay. They need to pay for that service. So it's a service. It should be paid for. Because even if you go to the hospital, well, for us here anyways, you pay a consultation anyways. So I do believe you should pay for consultation regardless. But it'll be interesting to know how much you charge in Canada for a consultation for like a 2-hour consult, so that we can compare here and see.
So it can range. Yeah, so it can range, right? So I mean, depending on where you're at in your business, I mean, I was doing, when I first started, I was $300 for a 2-hour consult. Then I went up to $400. Currently $700 now for 2 hours.
How much?
But I'm on the high end, so I know that when people call me, and if they're going to go through with it, then I know that they're serious.
I didn't get the price. How much?
Oh, now it's $700. $700 for 2 hours right now is what I charge. But like I said, like some 500 is good.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. So if you convert it to Nigerian money, that should be 250,000. Yes. So we have an idea what.
Oh, that sounds like a lot.
That sounds like a lot of money.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a little photo here for.
So we have an idea what others are charging, so we do not undervalue or undersell ourselves. Okay. So I think you have a question. Someone said.
That's right.
Yeah. Someone says online questing clients. Okay, I think she's referring to Pakistani. Okay, they are looking for free lunch. Okay. So they have this problem with community and my circle, no more free consultation. Yes, Samira, no more free consultations, even in Pakistan,
right.
You should charge for our services. Okay, so do we have more questions?
Yeah.
We have more questions.
And I think too, just on, I mean, we could talk forever about the consultation, but you're giving, you have such great value, and you know what, you're leaving your house, you've prepared for the consult, it's your time. And then if you don't pay for that, and then if they don't, or you don't charge, and then they don't hire you, you could become resentful. But it's really only your own fault because you've allowed that, right?
Sure. So yes, you guys, you should charge us from today. If you're not charging, you should charge. Let's see. So someone says, okay, it's $250 in Florida. Okay, not bad. Okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of, there's so many variances. So someone's asking if there's a specific training or master classes to become a color expert. Okay. Yes. So I actually, Julia, to Maria Killam's. That's Maria Killam, Killam. That's where all of my boards are from. She does do in person, but with the pandemic right now, she hasn't had one this year. But yeah, she usually does in person different courses. But you can also do stuff, I think she's got some stuff online, like exterior color classes.
Yeah. I think she has the online classes too.
Yeah, she's got a lot of stuff if you look at her site. She's great.
Yeah, she does. Okay, so if we don't have maybe any other questions, So we can. Okay, so thank you very much, Claire. I really do appreciate your time. Thank you so much for the time well spent. Really, it was really mind blowing, and I'm glad to hear from someone else from the other side of town. And we hope that next time we'll see you in Nigeria, walking locally, thinking globally.
Yes, yes, that's right. That's right. Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I appreciate it. I'm so glad we're connected on Instagram. Yeah. And I will see you on Instagram very soon. And thank you for this conference. It's great. I love it.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. So you guys follow Claire on Facebook, her website, you name it, she's there. Thank you very much, Claire. All right, guys. So the next session is our panel session. So we're going to have, I think we already have Lisa in the house. Yay! Hello, Ghana. So we're having Lisa Overy Designs, that's our own Zainab, Falakemi, Till Harmony. So we're waiting for Falakemi to join us. And guess who I have with me? Who can guess? So guess who I have with me joining me now? Hi, Lisa, can you hear me? Hello, you might need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Lisa. Hi.
Hi, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm good. Do you know who this is?
Zainab, right?
Yeah. Zainab, yeah, so that's Zainab. Yeah, so we're waiting for...
She's a celebrity.
Oh, I didn't celebrate you. Oh,
no, I'm saying she's a celebrity. Zainab is a celebrity.
Oh, you know her now. I'm very old. Hi. I'm very old.
Yeah. Hi, Zainab. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Awesome, awesome. So I'm super glad you guys honor my invitation. Okay, so we'll wait for Falakemi. But before she joins us, we can just start.
Okay.
So basically what we're doing today is a panel session.
Okay.
To answer questions from So guys, if you have any questions on how you can position as a global brand, or how, based on the topic anyways, so don't go off point, right? So let's ask them. They're here now, so let's ask them, and so that you don't enter their DM later. But yes, so if you have any questions for Zainab, Lisa. So Lisa is the creative director of Purple Square Ghana. When did I meet you? I think 2 years ago. Yeah. Can't remember now. 2 years.
Yeah. No, isn't it 3 years already? 2 years now?
2 years, yeah, 2 years ago, yes. So yeah, she's also a TV host.
2 years, yeah.
What by Lisa? Homes by Lisa or something like Lisa. What's your TV show again?
My Space with Lisa.
Yes.
You need to do your research, girl. You need to do your research.
Yes, My Space with Lisa, yes. So she's also a TV host for My Space with Lisa. And here with me, Zainab, you know Zainab. So
yeah.
Designs in the house. So you guys, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask away, and we'll take it from there. But while we wait, let's start. Let me throw questions out. So Lisa, maybe you go first. So how do you think as Africans?
Why me? Why you pick me? Zainab is sitting right next to you.
We want to give our sisters, our Ghanaian sisters, opportunity to go first. It's not the case of the Ghanaian jollof.
Okay.
Jollof, yeah. So we're giving you that. So.
Okay, right.
Do you think we can position as a global brand?
Second.
How do you think as African interior designers, how do you think we can position? How can we be known globally? Yeah, how can we position ourselves as a global brand?
Okay, so you know, it's a very huge industry, and it's now growing, especially in Africa. At first, it wasn't something that we're used to, so you know, it took a while for people to get to understand that okay, the interior design industry is like an industry that is like becoming very huge now. So people didn't really understand it. But now, because of social media, everybody has gotten to appreciate the fact that, okay, now it's a business that is doing very well. And if you do your homework well and you do your research well, you should be able to do very well in it. Yeah. And my first thing is that if you want to position yourself as a global brand, you have to understand the industry, first of all. Why are you going into the industry? Is it because everybody's doing it? That's why you want to do it? Is it because you have a passion for it or you for it? That's why you're doing it. You have to know the main reason why you are going into it in the first place. Because if you don't have that settled, you're going to make a lot of mistakes, which eventually is going to destroy your brand and destroy what you set out to achieve. Yeah. So you have to, one, understand why you're doing it. And then secondly, you have to position yourself in a place where you know that, okay, because I know I'm good at it, how can I put my name or my brand out there? You have to understand the customers, the clients you're working with, the culture or the demographics you're working with. Say for Ghanaians, right? Everybody is very, more or less like, I can do it myself kind of, you know, they think they can do it themselves. Other cultures like in America and the Europe, they understand it already. So they have people that they can contract to do such works for them. So you have to understand, okay, this is the demographics I'm in. I need to build my brand around the culture I am in. Yeah. That is what is going to make you become a known brand first in your country before you can move to another, you know, demographics, maybe being Nigeria, Uganda, then you can go to the international, you know, international sectors. So for me, you have to, one, understand what you're doing. You have to understand the culture or the demographics where you are working. And then from there, you build on that and become what, you know, or build your brand to become what it is meant to be, yes.
Okay, so what would you say, so how's the industry like in Ghana?
It's a growing industry. It's people are beginning to understand it now. Yeah. It's not like in Nigeria where you guys have a lot of people, you know, because Nigeria is a lot. Yeah. You're like about what? 10 times Ghana or something.
100 of Ghana.
Yeah, you guys are a lot.
Ghana is just Bagaja and Ikeja.
Say again?
Ghana is just Ikeja.
You know, yeah, that's a lot. So it makes it, you have a lot of clientele base to work with. Ghana is beginning to grow on people. People are now beginning to understand, okay, so you can't do it all by yourself. You need somebody with expertise to help you to put your space together, you know? So yeah, it's beginning to grow. And since we opened our showroom, we have a lot of people walking in telling us they are interior designers. I'm like, okay, I didn't know that, you know? So at least it gives me the confidence that, okay, now it's really growing and people are beginning to appreciate it much more, yeah.
So would you say it would take a long time for a Ghanaian interior designer to like push a global brand, since it's just...
Oh no, girl, I'm already there. You know? Yeah. I mean, because from what I know so far, what we are doing is beginning to get international attention. Yeah. Purple Square is beginning to get international attention, you know, because we have jobs. Yeah, we actually do. Yeah, we have, you know, people contacting us from all over.
You won't tell them that.
Say again?
You do jobs for ministers in Ghana, and politicians.
I didn't get that.
Oh, okay. I said you didn't tell them. You do jobs for ministers and politicians. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I do. I do for politicians. I do for, like, really the top elite.
Yeah.
But I don't have to go, because, you know, with them, the confidentiality is like on another level. So you can't be posting their works on social media. So yeah, we have like really, we've done work for the Army Commander. I mean, you know, top lawyers. You can name them, you know, so many of them. but we like to keep it on the down low, just so nobody knows.
Just
yeah. But we are really working for like the top elite. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so let me go to the chat section. I think questions are already dropping. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So I think someone said, what's advisable? Is it advisable to open an interior outlet with a loan? Zainab.
No.
Okay, so let Zainab, maybe you should answer to.
Okay.
I mean, Lisa says no. Well, then maybe okay, let's contribute to that. I would say, yeah. What do you think?
Well, I mean, if you're a startup, I wouldn't advise that. I mean, that's a very big risk.
Yeah.
But if you've been able to position yourself, you know, I mean, a lot of people know you, and then you've had some few projects here and there. Yes, I mean, it's not a wrong thing to take a loan. I mean, sometimes you just need those funds to push, you know, forward whatever it is that you want to put out there. So yes, for startup, no. But I mean, if you're in the business and then you're sure that you can pay back, yeah, why not?
And I think I also agree too. So when it comes to expansion, when it comes to business, yes, you can take a loan for expansion because that's the only way you can expand anyway. Because when it comes to interior design, it's not small money. So yes, but if you're starting out, like Zainab said, no, maybe just start with just try and get jobs to just build your brand. But when you take it to that next level, then yes, you would know when you need a loan anyways. But that means it's an expansion project and you're taking it to the next level. So Lisa, why did you say no?
Okay, so you know how when it comes to the food industry, it's like an everyday product. It's like, you know, every day we're buying. You get it?
Yeah.
For interior design, you literally have to convince somebody to part away with a lot of money.
Hello, can you hear me? I think we've lost you. Hello, can you hear me? Lisa, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Sorry, we lost you for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, our internet. Okay, so as I was saying, you know, it's when it comes to like the food industry, it's an everyday product. So like you have, like when it comes to groceries, you have, you know, flying off the shelves and everything. For Zainab, she has a showroom where she has her pieces and everything in there, you know. For a client to come and get something out of the showroom, sometimes you have to like literally call the gods for them to buy whatever it is you want them to.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
You know, so if you don't have the clientele, you've not built yourself up to be trusted, and you go for a loan, you know, to do your business, you are shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah.
You don't want to say because Zainab has a showroom, or Lisa has a showroom, or Janez has like a factory.
I don't have.
You know, I'm going to get a loan to do the same thing. You don't know how many years it's taking them to build their brand to that level of setting up in that, you know, setting up their showrooms and everything.
Yeah.
You don't want to put yourself in that position. So for a startup, as you guys said, it's a big no.
Okay.
Make sure you have the clientele, make sure you have the market before, and even that, I think you should invest your money first, you know, build on that, grow it, get a good portfolio going, then you can maybe source for loans for expansion, as you, Jennifer, said. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so the next question is, it's for Over Design.
I know, I'm in trouble.
How did you go into diffusers and candle making? What special training did you get before going into it? Do you, Julia, all these questions for one person. Okay, You need approval or registration with anybody's in Nigeria for that. Okay, so I think we'll take it one at a time. How did you go into diffusers and candle making?
Okay, I'm a lover of scents, so it wasn't so difficult to go divert into that. It was something that I'd always wanted to do. What special training did you get? Oh yes, I had to go, I did a training with, what's her name now? Lael. She's very good. She studied in Paris. So yes, I did a training with Lael before I went into candle making. So you can look around, she's very good. She can take you through on that. Do you need approval? Well, not that I know of now. I don't think, for now, I've not heard anything about you having to register or get an approval to make diffusers. But I think anything that has to do with skin products, hair, etc., yes, you will need an approval for that.
Okay, I think once you have your CAC registration, it should be fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
it should be fine, yeah. Okay, so Julie, I hope you're happy. So how do you source for your project or clients? Lisa? So you have a question, how do you source for projects or clients? Do you hear me?
Is it to me?
Yes, it's
Sorry?
How do you source for projects and clients?
Okay, so I have a team that goes around to introduce our brand to real estate companies. I do a lot of social events where I tend to tell people about what we do and everything. But the initial stage of letting people get to know what I do was through my TV show.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the main channel that I used to get the client. And then social media.
Yeah.
I get a lot of clients from social media as well, and referrals, mostly referrals. Yeah, so we do go around to tell people about us. We have, so with the showroom now, we call clients, we just call clients and tell them that, okay, we're here, this is what we do, you can pass by for us to have a further conversation with you. We try and look out for new projects, like new buildings. We go there, we talk to them about it, and then, yeah, from that, it's really gotten us a few good clients, yeah. So you have to be bold enough to go out there.
Yeah. You should market your brand continuously, even if you have projects coming in. You should market your brand, because what happens is when the projects don't come in and you're now wondering what next, okay? But if you continually market yourself to people, what would not happen is you become overwhelmed. You have lots of clients. So I'd rather have lots of clients and you decide to say, okay, do you know what, I want to work with 5 than not have at all.
Yeah.
Hi, Falake, may we see you? Thanks for joining in. So while we wait for you. So anyway, sorry, we had to pull you out from your meeting, but can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah. So first, I want to apologize. I'm so sorry. The meeting took longer than planned. It was meant to finish over an hour ago, and I thought that I was
money. That's fine.
Yes, we're waiting for the change. But yes,
that's fine. Okay, so welcome on board. Okay, so we have questions here. We have a question. Someone is saying, please, for starters in the industry, how do we source for clients? It's almost the same thing Lisa said. You just have to put yourself out there. Okay. Before the showroom, how did you position yourself to get the big break jobs? Who's the question for? Especially when most clients are insistent on knowing your office. Okay, maybe Zainab.
I guess that's me. Okay, yes. You need to build your portfolio, which is very important. And then I do always tell most of the upcoming designers, you can always start from your home. You really don't have to have a project. before you start. You can just look for a space in your house, do it up. It's all part of your portfolio. So, and again, it has to be, you know, God's calling for you. I keep saying that. You just want to dabble into it because people make money, then it isn't for you. Interior designing is very, very difficult. Yes. So, yes. So please, yes. So that's it. You build your portfolio. I was lucky because I had a platform. It was at a point where I was doing up my home. So I had that platform, and then I think I did come up with this design. There's this stool that I designed, the exit stool. I'm sure most people know about that. So that was how I launched into the market. So yeah, you start from home, start something, look for a space, design a space. I mean, do it up. It's all part of your portfolio. Yeah.
I agree. Okay, so Folake, are you there now? If you can hear us, let us know. Okay, so the next question is, please, for starters in the industry, how do we source for clients? I think we've said it over and over again, yes? So it's basically the same way. You just have to put yourself out there. You have to keep networking. You have to let people know what you do. The question I always ask myself.
They both come back on. Yes, welcome back.
Are they back? Because I can't see them.
They're back, but the screen is frozen again.
Oh boy.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay. You guys went off.
Is it better now?
Yes.
So thank God that we are exposing our network to ourselves, African network.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
It's much better.
Better, okay. So, whoa, there are lots of questions. I don't know which one we'll address now. Okay, Folake, how does one get clients consistently, and how do you deal with stubborn clients?
That's it. But in terms of consistent clients, I think what's important is I realize that a lot of times for us as interior designers, when we're working on a project, we get consumed by the project and we forget that we must always have like a consistent sales funnel, which means that you must always have people just turning in there. And so you never really stop the marketing. The marketing is an ongoing process. So you can't say because I'm busy right now, I'm going to focus on this. And then at the end of the day, when it's like 2 weeks to the end of the project, you realize that, oh my God, I don't know where my next project is going to come from.
Yeah.
So for consistent projects, definitely is delivering referrals that you get from there. They're amazing. Number two, definitely social media. Social media has played a huge role. Because I realize that a lot of times as interior designers, we just feel like our work will speak for us. And so we don't actively market. We don't actively go outside and have people know who we are. This is what I do. You even have your family members forgetting sometimes. So, you know, I've had this analogy before where, and I always ask people on my team, I would say, so when you go out and you want to buy something, you buy it from somebody else, then you now realize that, oh my God, I have this friend that sells this thing. I should have asked them. And you feel bad. But the truth is, you haven't done anything bad. What has happened is that person did not become top of mind for you. So, and that's what you need to constantly be, top of mind for whatever it is, all your clients, everybody around you. So you must constantly, your WhatsApp is a good selling place. Social media, LinkedIn, all of these are good selling places. They must always remember that you're there, because when they come across somebody that needs something, you will not be there. They need to remember you so that they can tell them, oh, by the way, I know somebody that can do this for you, and then they refer you. So for me, just constantly be visible. Go to galleries, go for art shows, go for things where you think that you will find people that are the kind of people that you're looking out for. You know, go for nice events, go for all of those things. And sometimes they don't translate immediately, but they eventually retranslate, because the way I see it is the more people that know me, the higher my chances of getting more jobs.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say about, like, just consistently. Don't say, oh, you know, I'm tired now, because when you're tired now, you don't have the project for tomorrow.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I've had that, and it's just project designs. Am I working on? Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay, so I think we've lost her. Can you guys hear me? If you can hear me, just let me know. Folakemi, can you hear me?
Project, which ones am I designing? What stage are we on? When are we on it? Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Now you haven't addressed the stubborn clients. Okay.
So you see the thing.
The ones from hell, no. The ones from hell.
Honestly, and I know some of us don't always have the luxury of doing it, but I've realized that most times when you work with stubborn clients, you're not happy with the outcome, and the projects don't end up being profitable.
Yeah.
And so for me, one of the things I do with stubborn clients is I actually excuse them. I give them a divorce letter and I say, sorry, this marriage is not going to work.
Come on, be going. Hello?
What we do is very stressful. It's a lot of brain work and energy. And it's something that if you see, a lot of interior designers, architects, there are health issues associated with that industry.
Yeah.
You know, so you want to always have peace of mind as top priority. And the truth of the matter is when you're working with someone that isn't working well with you, you don't deliver your best. So at the end of the day, you're not happy with the outcome.
Yeah.
So for me, one of the things I would say is if the person is stubborn, but they can foot the bill, you have to choose. I have 4 things that determine if I'm going to go with a project or not.
Yeah.
If it satisfies any of these 4, good. If it satisfies 4 of the 4, I'm definitely taking it on, whether you are the worst client in the world.
Yeah.
But determine what things that works for you. And so for me, if you're very stubborn and there's profit, I may overlook the stubborn situation and say, okay, it's a profitable.
Yeah.
If you're stubborn and you give me opportunity to be creative, like if your stubbornness is going to push me to come up with better designs, I will welcome it. But if you're stubborn, it's just like you're just obstinate. You're just like, I don't like it.
Everything
I don't want
it.
Yeah. Then I'm like, it means that my design philosophy and yours, they don't work together.
Yeah.
So it may be best you work with someone else. And sometimes I even refer them. I'm like, oh, maybe you should try out this person. I think their design works well with yours. So I feel like do not be afraid to say no.
No, yeah.
You can give them the So I hope.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done. Nice one. Yeah, I really do agree with all that. Okay. All right, so next question. So now what I'm seeing now is they've moved from the be local, think global theme to asking their favorite interior designers personal questions. That's fine. Okay, let's see. How do you create engaging content for blogs or Instagram posts? Well, for those, I can answer that. For those of you, I actually started out as a blogger anyways. Yeah, I was actually an interior design blogger initially. So yes, content basically is just from everything around you. Questions people always ask you, questions people want to find out about from their homes. How do I arrange my house? Any kind of question that you know a regular client would want to ask you, even when you go for a consultation, the kind of questions they ask you, those are contents for a blog. And even aside your before and after, or whatever it is that you do for your interior design business, okay? So that's what you can start with first. So that's what I started with initially. So I was initially a blogger, although it's tiring, Shago. Yeah. So content I get is from everything around you, questions people always ask. So now someone is asking, please, can you drop contacts for learning how to make candles and diffusers? Okay, we'll share that in the link later so that you can check out where to learn that. Then how do you thrive in an environment where the potential client likes DIY? Who is that for, or who is brave? How do you thrive in an environment where the clients love DIY? Most Nigerians love DIY.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so because I'm actually dealing with a similar situation.
Okay.
So I have a client who did it himself, and so through introduction, I got to meet him. I went to his place, and I asked him if he doesn't mind me just doing his master bedroom for him to see. And if he likes it, then we can go on and do the entire house. Because when I walked in, I was like, Jesus, take the wheel. What happened here?
And he's fine. He has done something fantastic.
Well, girl, please. So he's like, okay, he's going to make me do the master bedroom, and if he's, because that's where nobody sees. So if he's happy with the outcome, then we can move on to the other spaces, which is the living room and the family area and all that. It's like, okay, that's good. So here I am working in somebody's home, and I see what they've done. It doesn't look good. I suggest, okay, why don't I just do one part of your house for you to see? If you're okay with it, then we can move on and do that, like, the other parts as well. So you have to be bold and let people know that you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
But some people, it's about trust issue, and it's about one, also finances. Some people are scared that, okay, I don't have enough money to hire a professional to do the work for me. But if you're able to let them know that you're actually going to help them save more money by doing their work, and time as well, it helps them to appreciate you better and what you're bringing to the table. So I think in this case, you have to be very bold and speak your mind. Don't be shy about what you do. If you go to a place and you feel, okay, it needs a bit of work, let them know. Tell them, suggest things to them, give them ideas. It will make them comfortable to want to come on board with you.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so I can see the question here: has any facilitator attended an interior design school? If yes, please share. So let me answer that. So if you're looking for interior design school, you already know I have one. So whatever the it doesn't matter to me. So yes, if you want to study interior design, yes, we have an interior design school. So that's Jenny School of African Interior Design. So, but where they went to, I know they went to interior design schools, but please, hey, it's not my business. So yeah, so we're not promoting their schools. So if you're looking for interior design school, just send me a DM and I'll hook you up. Okay. Right? I'm right now. I believe I'm Falakemi, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I love your schools, but hey, not here. Okay, so what are the interior design processes that work here in Nigeria, and how to get clients to respect you? You respect yourself first so that they can respect you. Yeah. Well, do you guys have any other thing to say? Do you have something to say? But for me, respect yourself. You respect yourself, they respect you.
Well, I think you need okay, now you can go ahead.
No, please. I want to let you say that. Go ahead.
First and first, you need to understand that interior design is very new in Nigeria. And then you have a lot of clients who don't understand how this thing works. Now you have, there's a lot of anxiety, agitation, etc. when you get to even meet those ones that are ready to drop the money. Haven't you seen a client who has gone through your page and so happy with your designs, and then after paying, they start to disturb, they're now worried, you're not sure if you can actually produce all that you said that you can produce. So it's really new. So I don't blame most people for their reaction. Now, that's why it is important that whatever you do is up to standard. The quality that you produce, very important. So you can have them call you back or keep giving the referrals. So that's all I can say. It's new. Yeah. Yes, it's very new. It's a very new industry. I'm not talking about decorators now. Interior design is new.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's another thing. And the word interior design and interior decoration, so that there are two different things, as in two completely different things. But like I always tell people, it really doesn't matter if you're an interior designer or you're an interior decorator. The important thing is, well, it's both. They're both profitable, anyways. So don't just think that one is better than the other. They're both profitable, so that's what matters at the end of the day. Okay. Okay. So now, Folakemi, what would you say in terms of how can we stand out as a global brand in terms of quality? What do you think? How do you think we can push as in quality? What kind of, I don't know, do you understand my English? Or should I? That's what is in my head. As in, okay. Yeah, how can we stand out as in terms of quality, though, to meet up with international brands?
So thank you so much for that question. What I wanted to add to the question about process, and what I want to add to it is that one of the things I've learned in my journey is every time I've jumped process, it comes back to bite me. And it means at the end of the day, I get frustrated. The clients may get frustrated a bit. They may not know what process they do, but I get frustrated. It frustrates us even growing as an organization, as a team. But what I've now learned to do is I explain it. I always explain it. I start when I go for my first meeting.
Yeah.
I tell you, oh, by the way, this is our process. You know, our process is this, is this, that. And some people are like, oh, why are you giving me all of this information? I'm just like, oh, so that it just helps you manage what to expect and all of that. And then secondly, also, you know, people will forget. So one of the things I also do as well is I try to keep having that conversation with them. And I think what's important is they need to understand, why is your process this way? Just explain it. I realize that people buy into it when you explain, as opposed to just saying, my process is this, my process is this, my process is that, my process. If you explain to them that, look, I want to design for me to get you your design, first I have to do layouts, I have to come up with the concepts, I have to now go into building it, you know, I have to, so if you set out all the different levels that you're going into, they have an appreciation.
Yeah.
But if you just say, my process is first, we'll give you design. My design is 4 weeks. Automatically, they're like, why is it 4 weeks? Why am I spending 4 weeks for design? How much is what's the duration?
What are you doing?
Exactly. What's like 4 weeks for what?
So
if you break it down and explain, and also let them understand that it's not, I'm not doing copy and paste for you. I'm not just going to go somewhere, pick up that design and paste it. So it means that I need to think it through. There's a time process. People buy into it more. And at the end of the day, I realize they look forward to what it is that you're giving them. And when they see it, because they understand it, they buy into the design already. You don't talk too much to convince them. So that's what I would say about process. Just explain. As much, keep explaining. And, you know, whatever conversation anybody has had before, you now shows you that, oh, this is how people are thinking. I'll break into my explanation again for the next client. So that's what I wanted to say about process. And then, how to be global. I love this question, though, because me, myself, I'm looking how to be global. I'm not going to lie.
We're getting there, all of us.
No, that's not. I'm looking for it with such light. But about 2 weeks ago, I was having a conversation about this, and I realized that I feel like I may be wrong, but this is my opinion about being global. A lot of us as interior designers in Nigeria, what we do is we carry Western design and we put it in our spaces. And so what it means for me is that I started thinking about it. I'm like, people import interior designers from America, from South Africa, from the UK, from everywhere to come and design their spaces. But are people exporting us abroad to design for them? No, they're not. And you know why? Because we're designing what the West people are already designing. So why do I need to bring somebody from Nigeria to come and design a space for me in America? Like, you're gonna give me same or same. You see what I mean? And I feel like we need to now have an appreciation of us as Africans, as Nigerians, and we need to start putting that context into our designs. Yeah. I think it's when we start doing this, then we can now start talking global. Yeah. But if you're doing what the West is doing already, I'm not sure how there's nothing to export. And that's how I see global. Yeah. Because when they bring the American people here, they're like, okay, I want my house to look like an American person's house. When they bring somebody from whatever, where they're bringing them, they already have an idea of the style, and that's the style they want here. Yeah. So if I feel that for us to be global, we need to embrace Africa, embrace our culture, and start making sure that express it in our design. Yeah. And that's, for me, I think that's the next stage for us to go. Yeah. How we're going to do it, journey, I don't know, because, but I feel like we need to start thinking of how to modernize Africa and make it something that is export friendly, where people are just like, oh my God, I want this. Yeah. My summer house, my vacation space, whatever it is, it has this look, it has that vibe. And that's my opinion.
Yeah, so if I might add to, so what I also think is, in terms of positioning yourself as a global brand, it doesn't necessarily have to be also all Africa, even down to your customer service. Are you delivering excellent customer service to meet up with any global brand? Will people say when I call Teal Harmony, or when I call Ovray Designs or Purple by Lisa, will people say, man, the customer service was as in top notch? So for me, thinking global is, before we even begin to think of even the whether to export Africa or whatever, what kind of service are we giving? What kind of quality? Can I pick up your furniture and say, man, this, I didn't, I'm like having an argument, I'm like, are you sure this is made in Nigeria? So until we begin to think beyond, as in terms of our service, our products and all that, because the truth, at the end of the day, what we're providing is an experience. If your client cannot have that experience, like for us, we call it the JD experience, okay? If your client cannot have the experience from beginning to the end, then you cannot, you're not ready to position as a global brand before we now even talk about exporting. So before you export first, what is it? So let's begin to think inside. For me, that's what I think. Let's begin to think how, even in my own little way, even when I make a candle or you make a diffuser, can I say that this candle is international, as it can meet up international? Can I even take it to a trade fair in America and sell it and they won't be passing my table? Can they like pick it up and like, are you serious from Africa? As in like having legit disagreements with you. So that's how we should begin to think. And sometimes it could also be product design. Can we begin to be creative? Can we begin to start thinking of how can we come up with our own design? Not that I see Folakemi did one table, and we copy the table, lift up the table, and put it. The only difference is Folakemi's table is green, my own is pink. So at the end of the day, it's like, please, what are we doing exactly? Do you understand? But can somebody just come up with something and just create a table that is a Folakemi table? That true to where we see, this is a Folakemi table. Do you understand? So I think that's what we should all begin to do. Let's begin to challenge ourselves. Yeah.
And also, in addition to that, you need to understand that no Nigerian or African wants African design. They all want what is out there. So, I mean, you need to start with that first before we start to look into how we can take the African culture out there. So you need to even be able to know that you can actually do this modern designs here and you can do it well and it meets international standard before we can now start to look into the African thing. Most Nigerians don't appreciate things like this. They want that's the reason they import all those things in here. And the reason we are going this way is we want them to stop importing these items because we can actually make it here. So yes.
Yeah, fantastic. Lisa, do you want to say anything while I check for questions?
Yeah. So I totally agree with Folake and Zainab. We have to incorporate a bit of us into our design. Yeah. You know, one thing I always believe in is communication. how are we communicating? How are we telling our clients about what we can do with what we have here?
Yeah.
You know, I had an experience with a hotel project we just finished, and the client said he wanted an international standard. I said, okay, I get it. But why don't we incorporate something about the North? Because I did it in the northern region of Ghana. Yeah. Why don't we incorporate something about the North into the hotel design? That way, when you have international clients come in to stay in there, they feel that African, that Northern vibe when they come in. He was like, okay, what can I do? And you know, the Horn, they have the North, they have a lot of animals, and so we had to use a lot of animal skin, and you know, they call this bakatari. I don't know if you guys know about it. We had to use those things that are indigenous to them to incorporate into the design to make the whole setup very different and unique. Yeah. He got to appreciate it. He was very grateful for that. So if you're able to communicate to them what you can add as an, you know, when it comes to, you know, African stuff, to make it look more modern but still have that African vibe, they get to appreciate it. It's not about communication. Some don't understand. Yeah. Until you communicate to them properly and maybe show them the outcome, they would still want to import the European style of design into Africa. So it's all about communication. Communicate to your client. Tell them, okay, your personality, I feel if we add this and that, it's going to come out, you know, very nice. Show them. Do a setup. Let them see how it comes out, and then from there, we can now say, okay, we are moving Africa into the international market.
Okay, yes, that's fine. But you know, I had an experience. Was it about a month ago? And then we incorporated some of those figurines, African figurines, etc., in the design. And then the client called me. He said, you know what, you need to take this thing out. Wow. And I said, why? He said, it's against my religion. Oh. You understand? It's against my religion. I can't see these things in my house. And then we have people thinking some sort of spirits can get into things like this.
I think we're going to But that's where the communication bit comes in. You know, you have to communicate.
Communication, there's the belief. Don't forget that we are people of culture and so many beliefs. So you need to respect that. Most of the time, yes, we want to incorporate most of this African culture into our designs, but most of the clients don't want it. They don't. So you need to also, yes, you need to also respect the fact that we're people of culture with different beliefs. So if a client doesn't believe that a figurine should be in his house, I mean, you can't just put it there.
Yeah, so I totally understand. Yeah. I totally understand. That's why I was saying.
Okay. Sorry, Lisa. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying that I totally get what Zainab is saying, but then that's where I came up with the communication bit, because when you communicate to them and I said you have to do a little setup for them to see if they are happy with it, then you go on and incorporate this into the entire design you're doing. So for me, that's why I said with my hotel project, I showed the client how it's going to look. He was okay with it, so we were able to go ahead. Because I communicated it to him, he agreed to a setup for him to see how it's going to look, and then he said, okay, we can go ahead. But if I had done that and he said, okay, I don't want it, then you take it off and then do something different. Yeah. So communication for me is the most important thing when it comes to interior design. Like Folakemi said, you have to let them know ahead of time what you're doing, how you are going about it. And then for me, I always believe in, let me do something small for you to see. If you're okay with it, then we can proceed and do something, you know, we can proceed and do the entire, you know, space. So I guess we have this superstitious beliefs that African stuff has demons or whatever in it. But if you communicate, and they don't want it, fine. If they do, then you know how to modernize it. Because when you travel outside, trust me, they use our figurines all over the place. I'm like, why can't we do this in Africa? You go to some of the big hotels and they have these, you know, animal skins and the horns and, you know, all these sculpted artifacts. And I'm thinking, why can't we do the same here? Why can't we appreciate our own, you know? So it's all about communication, really.
We don't appreciate our own, that's the problem. We want to be like the Westerners, so that's the thing. So I think it still boils down to and whatever it is you're doing. Yeah. Okay, so I think we still have lots of questions, but we have 9 more minutes to go. So I will take a few questions. Sorry, if you miss any of your questions, maybe we'll answer them later. We'll send them out, okay? I think there's a question here for Zainab. How do you make your products match international standard finish and quality? By making it match.
Okay, I mean, what am I to say here now?
So considering our local, we're surrounded by unloyal artisans, limited or scarce resources.
Well, as for the artisans, there's nothing we can do. It's just what we have here. You know, but what I try to do is to pick those people and then give them the necessary orientation and then see through these processes. At some point, they'll get it. What else? Scarce raw materials. We have lots of raw materials in Nigeria. What are you talking about? We have so many, we're blessed. We have so many raw materials that we can, you know, actually use in our works.
Question is where can we find them? Maybe that's what the problem is, yes.
Like, where do we source from? You said you are a promoter of made in Nigeria furniture. How do you make it work?
With all the limitations. Prayer, fasting.
I don't know. I just get on with it. I don't know. With so many limitations we have, I just get on with it. I don't know.
I think the truth is, I think we all go through the same challenges, regardless of whether you're in Ghana, you're in Nigeria, whatever it is. I don't know about Western world, but for us in Africa, we still go through the challenges of unskilled labor, or those that are even skilled, getting them is a problem and all that. So, but I think basically, you just keep trying until you get the right ones. Eventually, you would know the furniture guy that can only do mosquito nets, and you leave his work at mosquito nets. Then you will know the one that has brain, and you can now decide to invest and now teach the person what to do. Okay, so it works in different ways.
Actually teachable. I mean, it's, you just have to have the patience and get to them. Yeah.
I have a little contribution to this one, and it may be a little bit expensive, but what I do is I test them out. And so that's why when I now find the one that works for me, I treasure them and I protect them, and I go all out for those ones. Those ones are like, you know, I learned this from Jennifer. They're my A team. Yeah. You know, and I treat them as A team. And when I say A team, I mean like red carpet rolling for them. But what I'm saying is, what I do is, if I find, let's say you're a furniture person, I would say, okay, I'm working on this project. I will give it to the person I trust, but then I will give you maybe something. And I'll say, please do this for me, one item. I know that there's a possibility, and I know there's a possibility that I may make a loss on it, but I have already baked it into my psyche, my budget, everything. So when you bring it, it works out. It means that we now know that, okay, this person can actually do this. If you bring it, it doesn't work out. We're like, oh, okay. Thank you very much. It was nice knowing you. Bye. But what I do is I always make sure that we start them out on very small. I give them something small. If you're an electrician, we're working on a project, I will schedule you on the day the main electrician is not going to be around. And then I will say, oh, there's this thing. Can you do it for us? So we keep testing and testing, because at the end of the day, you don't want to be stranded. You know, there's something called the key man risk. Yeah. And you don't want to be stranded where you have just one person, and then tomorrow, God forbid, that one person says, you know what, I'm going to my village. I don't like Lagos anymore. The stress is too much. What happens? Does the whole interior design business stop because one person has gone? And if you've built yourself around this one person, then you're in a mess. So I always suggest that just keep trying, keep testing. It's an expensive process, but if you've baked it into like your budget for the year, you know that this one is like your continuous learning fee. That's the one that you're using to keep developing yourself. I think it just helps. That's what I do anyway. It's a bit expensive, but it works. We will make the money eventually.
Yeah. Can I also add something?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So what I do is I give them, so if we're scheduled to deliver the work in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I tell them have a week. So in their mind, they know they're working within a week timeline. Because they can disappoint you so badly. So you know that, okay, even if they disappoint me in the week, we can extend to say 2 weeks, but you know you're going to deliver the final or the final space in about 3 weeks or 4 weeks. So you condition their mind to work within your timelines. Because these artisans have a way of thinking. I don't know what kind of breed they are. They are a special kind of breed. You know, it's ridiculous. Yesterday I got one, like I said, I was testing another say a painter, and I asked him to paint an office, a small room. He did his first coats. He said he was coming to finish the next day. I called him till 5 p.m. This guy didn't show up.
He's on his way.
He show up, and he tells me, "Oh, madam, but it's Friday." I'm like, "It's Friday, so what?"
He's on his way, Lisa.
Oh, we are chilling. He was having fun, you know. And so you just give them, if your expected time of delivery is about 4 weeks, you tell them 2 weeks, and then they work within that time. It goes to save you all the heartache and the BP and everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm sure if we go on, we will not leave here. I think I can see if I can see.
I know.
I can see here already there. So so guys, thank you very much. I can see Kia. So Kia is the one waving. She's the president of the Black Interior Designers Network in America. So I'm super glad to have you. So she's like our own TT, but the American.
Hey. Hi.
Hi, Kia. And we're talking about things.
Hi, it's such a pleasure.
Yeah. Hello. Hi,
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Good. It's a pleasure to be here today. You guys have had an amazing day, I'm sure, and I'm just honored to be here with you guys. And just kind of laughing to myself because it's one of those things where, you know, the contractor is the problem. So it's awesome to hear how everybody else maneuvers around those problems, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Awesome. And we're talking about African culture, and we can see you're all African. So you see the problem now. So those outside want to be like us. So I think you have an African print on. Yeah.
Absolutely, we do. Hold on. Rewind.
It's all about
we do, right? And it didn't just start. You know, I was dating this guy, and he told me, he was like, back in the day when we were in school, nobody wanted to date us. Like, nobody wanted to deal with us, and now they do. And I'm like, I don't know about them, but I always did. And I'm like, as soon as I get a chance, I'm going home. I think that, you know, for African Americans, you know, we've been riding this wave where we want to know more about the culture. We want to know more about home and the motherland. But, you know, we know some Africans are like, yeah, no, you guys, you got some things that you need to work on, right? Before we embrace that. So it's amazing having the opportunity and having women like you all who immerse yourselves, right, in the culture subconsciously, where we're over here scrambling, trying to figure out what the new trend is, right? What we should place. When I was looking to purchase my home, I was like, I don't want anything in my house other than Black art. I want portrait photography of my ancestors. I want my home to resemble me. at its core. And people are like, well, didn't you take it a little overboard? Like, are you so when I go out, and this has happened to me like 3 or 4 times, people always say, are you from Eritrea? Are you Eritrean? And I'm like, I'm from Mississippi. And I believe I am because you keep asking me that. A lot of Ethiopians ask me that. And so I'm like, it must be. I'm like, it's this, right? They're like, yeah, it's right in here. It's right in here. I'm like, yeah, so I must be. But I think embracing how far we've come as African Americans, and it might not have been 10 years ago, but in 2020, we are scrambling. We do want to come home. We do want to learn more about the culture. We do want to be like you all. You all are the blueprint, right? You are the blueprint. And we appreciate you. We love you for everything you are and everything you represent.
Thank you.
So excited about today.
So, Kia, are you sharing a slide? Do you have a slide to share?
No slides to share.
No slides to share.
So
we'll just go right into
the good part about this is that you and I were supposed to have gotten together for the last few years. And the last time you had asked me to speak, I was supposed to be speaking on partnerships and collaborations, right? And the importance of doing so. So this year when I realized I would be speaking on global brands and leveraging, I said, I hope Jen doesn't feel away if I talk a little bit about partnerships, collaboration, and brand development, right? So for those of you who don't know me, I began working in kitchen and bath showrooms about 2014, beginning of 2015. And I was working in a showroom where I was not able to be creative in any way, any form or fashion. I was basically answering the phones, going back and forth, having these discussions with my boss about how much better I was than answering the phone. There were 3 or 4 white women who worked there at the company, and I could just notice the vast difference in the way we were treated. The things they were allowed to do, the things that I was not allowed to do. So I began using that job as an opportunity for me to get out, for me to network more. I wanted to see more Black designers. I knew they were there, but I just was not in a place where I could put my hand to theirs. So I began going out to these networking events, and I'll never forget, I attended the event, and my late mentor and founder of the Black Interior Designers Network was there. And she saw me and she said, come over here. She said, I'm Kia, and she said, I'm Kim, and that's Simone over there. So we began walking and we began talking. And I asked her, I said, do you ever need any help? Do you ever need any assistance? Do you ever need someone to write for you, someone to work with you along the lines of anything you might have, scheduling contractors, doing research on contractors to make sure that they're decent, right? She said, yeah, no, we don't do right. And I said, who is we, right? Well, when she said that, she meant we as a culture here don't do right in terms of showing loyalty, right? Being patient, working hard, being hungry, you know, and when I ask my African friends what is their annoyance with Americans, they say, you know, you guys don't know how to work. You don't know how to go get it. You think everything is supposed to be handed to you. And I'm like, okay, got that in my head, right? I take that note. Well, I began working with her, began writing for The Iconic Home, her African home and lifestyle magazine. Then shortly thereafter, she began giving me small assignments where I would fly here, where I would fly there, do an install. And the whole time she was dying. She knew she was dying the whole time, but I didn't know that she was dying. So all this time, she was grooming me to go out and lead an organization that I didn't feel equipped to lead. All I knew was I love my people, right? All I knew is I love my people. I wanted to serve my people, and that I wanted to be able to grow in the process of doing that. So it's her last few weeks. She's on her dying bed, and I fly down back to Mississippi, and I sit with her and I say, why didn't you tell me that you were dying? And she says, because I did not want you to lose faith. I wanted you to stick with this, continue to want to serve our people. Everybody's not going to like you. Everybody won't follow you, but you be you, do what you do, and people will come. So I said, okay, all right. I need to figure out how to run a business and lead an organization. I'm still asked today what the percentage of work that I put in is, right? And I would say a year ago, I was at 70-30. I put 70 into the network, 30 into my business. Well, y'all are probably over there like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, this year, and I'm about 60-40. I put 60 into the network and 40 into my business. It's taking me time, right? So since taking over both this organization, which is now a nonprofit organization, and Kimberly and Cameron Interiors, I can begin now to work on building a brand, right? Now that I've put myself in a position where I can network, right? I can meet different people. I can provide for them what they might need while trying to attempt to position myself where I can build my brand. Now, brand leveraging, right? A lot of us are wondering what brand leveraging is. How do we leverage a brand? And if it's really possible in 2020. Now, with brand leveraging, a lot of the friends that I have that have built brands, right, and grand brands, right, they're not in the process of building like I am. They're there. They've built their brand. So Kate Spade, I know do you ladies know of Kate Spade, the American designer here? I think she passed some time ago. Okay. Well, I just learned on our conference last night that Kate Spade, just from branding and partnerships alone, made over $90 million a year. Just from her branding partnerships, right? Now, you have your Nikki Chus, you have your Jomo Terakus, you have your Cheryl Riley's, right? You have all of your artists and artisans that are here in the States who are building their brands, right? Who have had to shift their brand, whether it be from an Afrocentric culture. You see it kind of gliding its way back to the Eurocentric culture. And that's when we stop and we say, okay, why are you building an African or an African American brand, but leaning it towards the Eurocentric culture, right? Everyone wants their home to have an African feel to it. Now, they're out there calling it worldly. They're calling it, Afrocentric, but really it is of the African culture. So now we're trying to figure out ways to brand around the authenticity and the truth of where these pieces come from. Now, say for instance, you're looking to get into branding or a process of branding and developing for a product. You've got a coffee pot that you're going to sell, right? Now, just thinking loosely, you would say, okay, with this coffee pot, I'm just going to be selling the coffee pot, and that's where the income will come in, right? but thinking in a leveraging way. You're like, I'm gonna sell this coffee, I'm gonna sell the pot, I'm gonna sell a mug, I'm gonna sell the spoon, right? I'm gonna sell everything that I can to leverage my brand.
Yes.
The more leverage you have, the more you can spread this out, right? Which is why, because I was sitting there yesterday, I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. And then when I thought about it, Kate Spade had umbrellas, she had wallets, she had clothing, she had dishware, she had everything you could think of, right? So how do you, Jen, how do you brand, right? And leverage, and you're already doing that. Design Biz Coach, you know, the Blueprint Conference, all of these things, you've done that, right? You are a prime example of leveraging your brand, right? Now that I'm here with the Black Interior Designers Network, a part of me leveraging this brand with the Black Interior Designers Network is partnering with the Blueprint Conference. The goal for me, just as I know the goal is for you, is growth for our people, right?
Yes.
There is nothing here that you cannot have, right?
Yeah.
If you're looking for, if there's nothing here that you can't have.
Yeah.
The goal is for us to stick together and not only leverage our brand, but leverage the playing field.
Yeah.
So that we are beneficial to those novices and those designers who are coming up under us, right? Yeah. There should always be a constant story to be told. And in that, leveraging is key to doing so. I used to be confused about what leveraging really meant and where it could take you, and why a lot of people on TV and, you know, and movies would always say, we've got leverage. And I'm like, I know what the definition means, but what does that mean to me, right? So when you think about brand leveraging and you think about all the things it can bring and why it's so important, it's extremely important because you always want to have this sense of familiarity, right? You always want to carry these positive brand characteristics. Your brand characteristics follow you on out, right? Oftentimes people say, well, if you're working with this brand, right, instead of working with them in this way, maybe you should leverage a little bit more and see what all you can get. So I'm working with the company here. They source from South Africa, and the company reached out to me and asked me to create lighting for their brand. And so all I really knew was they wanted me to create lighting for the brand, but didn't really know where leveraging with that company could take me, right? So I did a little research, researched the company and researched the lighting that they already make, which are these gorgeous leather strip chandeliers, handmade chandeliers. And I had already been working with the company to help them better their branding, right? I said, okay. They were like, well, we're not really getting a lot of the members to purchase from us. Why is that? Well, it's partially because you're two white men sourcing from a South African company, right? These aren't cheap pieces, and we never see who's making them. We don't see the artisans. Well, the artisan that's making it, they have their specific way of working and we just don't want to show that. And I'm like, who are you to say you don't want to show that? We want to see who's making these pieces. We want it. So they begin sharing on social media the story of the artisan who's weaving these baskets, right? Who is hand cutting or hand stripping these leather chandeliers. So I sat down, I said, okay, how do I start with leveraging this brand, right? How do I start with knowing that I'm building my brand and trying to leverage this one? And I began by saying, okay, these chandeliers, I'll research, but this one is going to be named after me. This is the Nakia chandelier, right? I created the chandelier, sketched the chandelier out. It is absolutely amazing. Went to them. I said, you'll name this chandelier after me. This is the way the chandelier will look. This is what we will produce after this chandelier has been launched. You know, we'll have these. They said, oh, well, why don't we just do a series? Why don't you just sketch 2 more for us, right? So then I found myself leveraging my brand and also enabling them to leverage theirs. When you got a company that wants to invest in you, they're doing well. You know, they made I think over a few $1 million last year, and actually provided some financial resources and assistance for us during the wake of the pandemic. So really great guys, really great company. But it then became clear to me about the importance of brand leveraging, right? And how I had gone from admiring this company, right, and wanting to come back with them the next time they come home, so that I can see what all goes into the process, the people that they are working with, and it went from that to me working on my own lighting line with that company. So putting myself in a position to where I was able to help them or assist them, enabled them to see me for much more than just assistance, or saying, well, I need to see Black faces. I need to see the Africans that are making these pieces. I want to see that, right? And so it transpired from, I would say, having input and really caring about collaboration and partnership, and not trying to get on top. You know, often, I don't know if it's just a thing here, or if it is an African thing too, but sometimes we get so caught up and so afraid in what might not come through that we begin reaching for blessings that are not ours, right? That blessing you're reaching for, Jen, is hers, to the side of you, not yours.
Yeah.
And so we want to grab hold of everything and say, oh, this is grand. I can do this. We can make this happen. We're about to make this money. We're about to get the job done. It's going to look great. But sometimes you just have to stop, sit back and say, Lord, is this for me?
Yeah.
And so I have literally found myself there in that place of, Lord, this is for me. You know, this is for me. And I don't press anything. I don't push anything. I align myself so that it's right. I am totally okay with being inspired. You know, I was telling a younger woman the other day, she asked me where I got my inspiration from. And, you know, can I know where you get your inspiration from? And I said, I gain inspiration from the people around me. I'm not afraid to be inspired. You know, you might see me next week with a middle part with you, okay, right? You might see that because I'm inspired by you. Yeah. And I don't mind saying that. I don't mind letting the world know how my sisters inspire me, where that comes from. Because the importance and the key of that is allowing people to see that they touch you in a way and you still leveraging your brand. You still leveraging your brand. Because if they know that you're authentic in such a way that you will allow them to inspire you, there's nothing to fear. You never have to fear working with me because you always know that I have your best interest at heart. And wherever I go to, wherever I grow to, you grow too. You coming too. You coming too. So that's for me, is a little bit about, you know, the reality of brand leverage, where it can take you, how I'm growing within my business right now and leveraging my brand and able to leverage other brands that I'm working with and companies that I'm working with. I'm also working with another company. I'm not developing any lighting for them per se, but this is a company that partners with the Black Interior Designers Network, but their sense of style is more Eurocentric. It is European up and down, right? So they said, okay, well, we want you to come in and we want you to take these pieces, take this chair and sketch it and tell me what changes you would make to it, right? To make it speak to you, how you would make it speak to you. So essentially what I'm doing is I am taking their brand, pairing it with my brand, and leveraging an entirely new brand.
Yeah.
Because you got more Black designers shopping your pieces, shopping your items, right? Yeah. And it's not even just Black designers, but it's everybody who wants, like I said, that Afrocentric feel. So create something, you know, just don't pop a piece here, don't pop a piece there. So what I did was I said, okay, I'm going to try to create 3 chairs and maybe a settee or a bed or something of the sort. You know, what can I do to give these pieces a vibe, right? My vibe, make them speak to me. And if it was nothing but adding golden gild or tortoise shell or elongating the back of the chair, right? This spoke to me. This is my style. This is what I like. So even with I don't have to create a whole line with that company, but if I can just get my foot in the door a little bit to take 2 chairs and reinvent those 2 chairs, I'm leveraging. Yeah. That is for me the key and the goal. I don't have to start out running. Just give me a little bit of room to crawl. And I can prove that I can provide for you a classic down the line, not one hit, a one-hit wonder, right? But a continuous leveraging to your brand and your company, and not just mine. Partner with people who you're allowed to leverage with, that it just doesn't benefit you, but benefits them as well. Because when people feel like you're trying to benefit them and not just come in and see what you can get, they're more flexible with working with you. Yeah. You know, they if they don't have a budget, they'll find a budget, right? If they don't have the people to get it done, they'll find the people that want to get it done for you, because that's just how it goes. But it's so important to have a hold on where you want your brand to go, what you want your brand to look like, what you want it to say, because a lot of us don't. For a while, I didn't know all I knew was I had inherited this organization and this company from this woman, and I had to make money. I could not let her company sink. I knew she would be turning in her grave if she knew her company was sinking. But I never thought about leveraging my brand and how important that was, and leveraging global brands, right? This company, Ngala, that I am creating this lighting for, I never would have thought in a million years that I would be working with a South African lighting company and furnishing company. They've got all types of amazing pieces. And even though I am constantly learning about everything, right? From the culture, my brand, global brands, the network, just combined buying power, providing other resources to designers where it ranges from press, so many other different things. These are the benefits. You'll be getting a call soon, or an email soon, not a call. You'll be getting an email. I have a friend who is looking to write a story here in the States, of course, but on other interior designers, Black interior designers who are looking to build, right? And I shared your story. And I think that it's so important for you all to be recognized, because I'm like, y'all think that, the culture's coming from us, but we looking at somebody else. Yeah. We're taking this from somewhere else. You take it from us, but we taking it from home, okay? So instead of you coming to the middleman, go home and get the information. Yeah. And so I think that that's an important way for you to leverage your brand, for you to make them see and understand that, the culture that they've appropriated for so long and are still doing, it is not an American, it's not American. It came from somewhere, the tradition was passed down from somewhere, and the roots need to be, they need to be visible. Because all they're seeing with us is the tree and the fruit, but they don't get to see the roots. Mm-hmm. And so I think that that's very important. And I'm working on it. And all the cultural pieces that I can purchase and bring into my home, I'm doing it. Thank you. I'm doing it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Kia. Thank you so much. So if we have questions, let's ask Kia away, in the chat section. So Kia, if we were to partner with a brand in America, how would that go? Or how would that work?
Partnering with the brand here in America, or starting one?
So if as an African or Nigerian, right, you want to partner with a brand in America, so how does it work? Do you have to, yes, you have to reach out to them, but how, is it possible to have like is it a partnership or something, or how would I explain it now?
Yes, so that's a great question that you ask. So partnerships, like I was just telling you, the one that I'm doing with Ngala Trading Company now. Yeah. My partnership has started out small with them because, I'm a private person. I don't have a ton of followers. I'm working hard at this organization and leading this organization, but I don't post a lot of content. Yeah. I don't share often. There are things that are required for certain brands and certain partnerships for you to go in. So I entered in the way that I knew how, in a way that my PR team suggested to me, right? Yeah. So the PR team said, because you don't have a ton of followers, because you don't have all these things, right? You have to start where you can. So they know who you are. Mm. So create that Nakia pendant. Once you create that Nakia pendant, right, they'll see that. And they'll see that there's a possibility that your creation can merge perfectly into the brand, the partnership that they've already created. So that's what I'm doing. Well, going back to them, they said, well, we should just try a series. So what they'll do is they'll tell you where you fit, where you might not fit, right? Yeah. Then within doing that, you see if we just want to stick with one light, give you that chance with that one light, or if they say, well, we think we want to give you 2 other lights to create that. If it sells, we'll come back later on. Yeah. So it's almost like testing the waters to see. There's a company here. They're in Atlanta, Georgia. The names of the company is Forbes and Masters. Yeah. Forbes Masters has partnered with Mitchell Black, which is a Black-owned wallpaper company here, Lene Jones. So you would love it. they've created this line of amazing wallpaper that pays homage to Africa, that pays homage to the culture. And they know that people want that. They don't want it watered down anymore. They want it reeking of the culture. Yeah. So you have a brand advantage of partnering with brands. You got the following, right? Yeah. You can teach more about the culture than anyone else can, yeah. Right? Use your knowledge. Use what you have to your advantage. Everybody's doing branding certain ways. Some people getting commercials. Some people are on HGTV. Yeah. Some people are, but it's different levels. I'm not where you are, right? That person might not be where I am. It might not work, but it does not make the global brand leveraging any different. Yeah. The partnerships really come from knowing and understanding where you will be in the next few years. If I say to you, my return on investment is going to be $20,000 within the first 2 months of us working together. They'll say, okay, we need to do the math and see if that's going to be beneficial to us when it comes to creating these lights, making these lights, promoting it, shooting you, all of these things, right? And if it gets to a point to where it's not truly beneficial for them, they'll still work with you if they know and if they believe in what you're trying to get done. But it starts with you. Yeah. So the partnerships, they differ. They differ. Some partnerships might be for you, some partnerships might not. Some companies might be for you, some companies might not. I generally tend to start with smaller companies. Smaller companies are kind of tricky because smaller companies don't have a lot of money. However, if smaller companies are building, if they're constantly creating product, then you merge your way in and say, hey, I see you getting ready to create a new pillow line. Yeah. Let me show you some fabrics that I like, some of the things that I think might sell. That's you building that partnership. Because if they decide to go your direction, they could really sell a lot and they could really make a lot of money. But you have to be willing to see it go really well or see it go not really well and go back to the drawing board. But I do think that the partnership is vital in wanting to get into leveraging global branding and just growing your own brand, starting with growing your own. So I think that that's key for sure.
Awesome. So what would your advice be to a new startup interior design company? How can they position themselves to be a global brand, even as a small startup?
Get a consultant. Get a coach. Seriously.
Okay.
Get a coach. Get a consultant. Get someone who knows the ins and outs of your industry, wherever you are. You have to know what the consumer wants, what the consumer needs, what's selling, what's not selling, what's in. If you're a trendsetter, that's even better for you because you get to set the trend and sell. Yeah. But definitely getting a coach and getting someone who knows the industry is key.
Yeah, sure. Okay, guys, so if you have any questions, please drop in the chat section. So you have any questions for Kia while I think of other questions to ask her.
Ask me.
Yeah, so let's see. Okay, I'm trying to check if we have, okay, she's still there. Okay. So, okay, we had questions before.
Yeah, there's a question. How do you visualize?
I think it's, okay. So in America, do you have more female interior designers than men?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's way more female interior designers than men. But, we try to make sure that we're giving the men, some of the the love to, because they just, and a lot of them are really good, like really good. So, yeah, we have about 20 to 80% of men to women. I would say 30. Yeah.
Okay. I think it's the same here. Anyways, I think because I think it's a female-dominated industry. Anyways, yeah, I think it's the same. Yeah, the same thing here. Okay, so I'm just checking for questions. Okay.
I think women have just always been nurturers and carers of the home. You know, I was telling somebody that I remember growing up. My mama and daddy, you know, my daddy didn't bother with anything that was going on in the home. It was my mama who always switched things out. You know, my mama would stuff those plastic grocery bags in the pleats at the top of the drapery, and I would be like, "Why are you doing that?" Like, because it makes it stand out. You know, it makes it pop. And you know, just thinking back on when I was a little girl and my mama taking care of the home and my mama buying pillows and curtains, you know, and us shopping for new furniture and being excited about that. You know, it has always just been a traditionally dominated industry dominated by women, because you don't find too many men who invest in the home, who care about what the home looks like, because that's just not their thing. So I think it's awesome, you know, to find men who are in the industry and who care about the home. Do I have any more questions?
Okay, I'm just trying to go through. Okay, let's see. So will you have, a word of advice to us just in general, if we were to, as a global
embrace.
Yes, in brief, summary, word of advice to everyone.
Embrace. You know, that's the way our conversation started out, you know, embrace, because you have no idea the people who are looking to you and the people who are looking up to you. We all do. And we don't want to look up to you and need you and feel not unwelcome. You know, for me, that's important. I try to make all the younger designers, or the beginner designers, and even the older vetted designers feel welcome. So for me, it is important for me to come to you and be embraced.
Yeah.
Right. And I feel by being invited here, I feel that I have been embraced. So keep embracing those designers that are coming to you for knowledge and coming to you for support. You might get tired. I know you're a mom, a wife, you're busy, you got all this, you're a boss, check. But just continue to embrace, because we need it. Everybody needs it.
Okay. So thank you very much, Kia. I really do appreciate your time. So we'll talk later, but thank you very much. Then we'll try and figure out how we can export more artwork to you.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, artwork instead of the men. I can see you love the men at the back.
Yes, that's my couple.
Is it couple?
I love them.
Okay. Yeah, man and a woman. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And what's the story behind this one?
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me. And I look forward to talking to you ladies soon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kia. Really do appreciate
it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. All right, guys, so thank you very much. So if we have any questions, I want to know if you're still there, because you guys are all quiet. So I need to know if you're still there. So if you're there, say hi. So we're about rounding up the Blueprint Conference 2020 edition. If you have any questions, I'll still go through the questions. If I see any questions, we would answer before we round up. Okay, so you guys are still here. So when we asked you to ask here questions, you were quiet. Okay, so they are coming out. So they're still here. Fantastic. Okay, so I'll just go through. If we have any other questions we haven't touched, we'll answer them quickly and we'll call it a day. I really do appreciate your time for today. Okay, so thank you very much. Please don't forget to follow us on Instagram, Blueprint Conference, and on my page, Design Biz Coach. Please, we would like to hear your feedback on the conference. Please tag us, comments, whatever, send us screenshots of, if you actually took screenshots anyway, so send us pictures of whatever it is that you sent in. Okay, so I'm just looking at questions. I'll take 2 that we haven't answered, then we'll call it a day. Okay. How do you visualize? I mean, if you have a big project and you want to do a sample for your client, do you do a 3D or you pick a portion and create the sample? I hope you understand. I think I understand. So I think basically, yeah, you can do a 3D or a 2D to present your design so your clients can visualize what you have in mind. So it's up to you, but it's good to have something to show. It could either be a 2D or a 3D, but you need to show your clients something so that they know what to expect. And most probably a mood board, so you can carry them along the way. Okay, so any other question? Let me see. Oh, check. How do we go global, moving from one geographical zone to another? Now, becoming a global brand, before we get to the point where we begin to have different branches in New York and Miami or whatever, let's first start by positioning ourselves well as a local brand here, at the same time providing global services or excellent services. Then you can begin to think of going to other countries, okay? But here in Nigeria, try and be solid before you can think of going out. Okay, so I'll just take this last question and that's it. So what's the first thing to do when starting an interior design business? Do you need to register your business or make it a limited? For any business, regardless of whether it's interior design, you need to register. So I tell people, if you're an interior designer or you're a business person and you are not a registered company, you're not even serious, you're not even ready, do you understand? Because no client is going to pay into Jennifer Chukwu, you definitely going to pay into a business account. So you need that to start your business. All right, guys, so thank you very much. I really do appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us for the Blueprint Conference. I hope to see you next year, and hopefully next year will be our usual venue or whatever, okay? So thank you guys for joining us. And Dana be saying bye. And please don't forget to comment on our Instagram page, #comment, Blueprint Conference page. And yeah, all right, guys, thank you very much. And we're going to send the replay of all the, so Misa, okay, this is going back. So thank you, and I'll see you next year. So I'll send the replay. You get all the replay by Monday, please, so that we can have a nice weekend. All right, guys, thank you very much. Signing out. Bye.